Hello and good morning. Welcome to the Sim Shack, fellow Sim fans. I hope you're all well. And of course, welcome to me, Sim UK. How you doing this morning? I hope you're well. Has anybody seen that film, The Birds? It's an Alfred Hitchcock film. Kind of feel like I'm under an attack of seagulls right now. So if you didn't see the last episode, we anchored up in Blue Anchor Bay because the wind was not in our favour. And despite trying our best to beat against the wind, we were suffering quite severely with weather conditions, and our attempt to get to St Ives was kind of thwarted as a result. If I switch to the Windy app, down here, sort of. Completely lost now. We're over here somewhere. We left Cardiff and we tried to make our way. Where is Cardiff? There it is. We left Cardiff and we tried to make our way towards St Ives. But we ended up down here by Minehead. I switched to the Windy app again for a moment. You can. Past sort of Ilfracombe, we should pick up some speed. So the whole way there, we should have fair winds. We're not going to be able to get round the Lizard today because the wind will be against us again. I mean, we could, theoretically, we could come out wide and do it, but I don't think that's going to happen today. So instead, we're just going to kind of beat on and try and get ourselves to St Ives and get some overnight stay there. I've got news about the boat and the bid and the offer and everything that we had for that. Sadly, it's not the best news in the world, but news nonetheless. Let's get the boat underway first of all. We'll turn ourselves into the sea, into the correct direction rather. We go with the wind. Hopefully it's not too shallow here. 4.7 under keel, so we should be fine. It's pretty good. So let's get the main up. Open her out, get some wind up in here. Okay, we have forward momentum. And you'll see that we're not going against the waves today. And the waves seem to be a lot less aggressive. We've got 5.4 knots of wind at the moment. Hopefully peaking up to around... Hey, how it drops. 12 knots later on. So perfect. Perfect sailing conditions. Let's get the jib up as well. And I'm hoping to maintain sort of 9 knots on average this morning. Plan. Doing about 3 knots now, which is what we were doing before, but we were really beating against the waves, so it was very hard and slow going. Alright, so it looks like we're going to be stuck at around 3 knots to start with to get rolling. Like I say, once we get up past Ilfracombe, we should find quite a bit more wind, maybe 2 or 3 times the speed. We could, I suppose we can accept sort of 6 knots. Hopefully I can trim the sails out to get us up closer up to 9. which is a lot better, and it's in its direct route, as they say. What do they say? As the crow flies. So that will definitely help us gain more momentum quicker. And yeah, we should be making much better speed over ground than we were last week. So, news about... good morning, James. Off for another adventure on the high seas, continuing our journey to Poole, yes. Or Sinai's. We're going to stop at Sinai's today. I don't see how the wind is going to really be favourable enough to get us much further than that. But yeah, it'll be... should, quote unquote, be more favourable than it was the other day. Trying to get some decent wind capture here. Open this sail up as much as I can. 0.4 knots. How are you this morning, James? I hope you're well. Hope life is treating you fairly. So news on the boat. News on the boat. We didn't win the bid. We were leading the bid right up until the last couple of hours. Then somebody outbid me. Then I spoke with the boss, aka the wife, and we agreed we could go a little bit higher on our budget, only a smidge more, which we did, and then we led the bidding again right up until the final, I think, hour or something, and then somebody outbid us. So yeah, disappointing, really disappointing, because it was a Cutlass 27. Perfect boat for us, very stable, very comfortable, big enough that it has its own sort of room for a toilet, and enough beds for 4 people to sleep in, and comfortably as well, with a galley and whatnot. Ideal for us, that would have been. Ideal. But sadly, it wasn't to be. It wasn't to be. That being said, I am still on the lookout. I have 3 other boats sort of being eyed up at present. Hopefully going to go see one on Friday. Might be able to butterfly this, you know. There's some shallow waters there in the bay, that in the Blue Anchor Bay, that I need to avoid, but... yeah, once we get a little bit further out from the shore, I think I can straighten up on our angle and we can get a butterfly going on here. That should get us up to about 5 knots, I hope. 3 knots is pretty slow. True wind speed is only 5.7 though, so... perhaps not perfect weather conditions, but... I think it's going to work out better than it was the other day. So yeah, the Cutlass has gone. And that was the one that I was going to have to sail from Cardiff back to Poole. So doing this route. But doing this route last week really taught me some incredibly important lessons. That rule about if you think it's time for a reef, it is time for a reef. That's so true. It's unbelievably true. And the fact that I didn't reef when I had that thought really struck home to me. Pilots call it get their itis. And I certainly had a bit of that, I think. So, yes. A very important lesson learnt, and it's good that I learnt that lesson in the sim here rather than IRL. IRL, that could have serious consequences. But yes, this is more cruising weather. You can see the boat is not heeled over like it was last week. We're doing 30-40 degree heeling. That was some pretty serious sailing if we were doing that IRL. But today it's far more leisurely. The boat is definitely more at ease. Bit of clipping going on there is, isn't there? Bit of clipping coming through the boat there occasionally. There it is. Dear me. Nasty. So yeah. These are the sailing conditions I would like. With the family on board, that is. I mean, solo, I have no qualms about getting the boat heeled over and giving it a good old thwacking. But yeah, it's not just me on the boat, I suppose. I have to think about my passengers as well. Keep them all happy and safe. Far pleasant sailing conditions. The waves are more favourable. The wind is more favourable. Three knots. Hoping for a bit more, to be honest. Maybe when we butterfly I can squeeze it up a bit more. Of course I don't want to run aground. So let's have a little look-see here. Okay, there's a bit of depth there, sort of 4 meters. That's enough for us. We can sail a bit more windwardly, downwind, so to speak. Hopefully, get a little bit more on the wind on the sails here. There you go. That's the butterfly effect I was after. See if that does anything for our speed. Doesn't seem to be. 2.3 knots. The best I can get it. That's okay. At least we're moving. Must be a protected bit of ground here from the shore. Again, I mean, good lessons. These are things I know in theory. Let's put them into practice, you know. I was in my head thinking we'll probably get about 6 knots here, but we're not going to. Despite having 6 knots of wind, we're not going to get 6 knots sailing. I cut across, maybe that'll give us more speed. Here I am experimenting and learning as I go. Yeah, that's definitely given us more speed. 3.6 knots at this angle. 3.7, maybe 4 knots. There's more wind. I can see there's stronger wind further away from shore. So maybe it makes more sense to sail away from the shore at a faster speed into stronger wind first and then head on our course. Speaking of which, I've got to make our course. Difficult to do this with a trackpad. Right. Pop that there. Pop that. Zoom out. Smidge. sort of there-ish. Something along those lines. Something like that. Right. Stay on the trim and keep it moving in the right direction. Interesting. Just a completely different key, and it adjusted the sail. Not really meant to. I say this game is not really designed to work with controllers, so I'm trying to faffigate it into cohesion. Not quite so easy. Cruising along quite nicely. Hoping for a little bit more wind. Now I'm just going to adjust my course ever so slightly here. Try and get the best of both worlds, so to speak. Nice and chilled out sail to kick back and relax. So yeah, I've got some really interesting boats coming up. I'm going to go see one on Friday. That has a lot of history behind it, which I may or may not cover as an independent sort of content review. I'll be honest with you, the boat itself, there's a certain number of things that I desperately want in a boat, and some things that I desperately want to avoid. And the truth is that this particular boat has a lot of the things I want to avoid in it. But it has this glorious history behind it, and it's a unique boat. And that definitely makes it more compelling. I'm a massive fan of history, and it's a unique boat as well. It's built specifically for this one chap. and there is not another one like it. Now that in itself, as much as it is a positive, is also a bit of a concern, because if I wanted to find, say, an old scrapped version of this boat, there wouldn't be one. There's not one around. It's the only one of its kind. So there would be no like-for-like replacement parts available anywhere, which means that anything that needs to be repaired or replaced will probably have to be custom made, which is a concern. It is a concern. But we'll see. I'll go see it on Friday and I'll see how it feels. They say, in sailing terms, the sailor doesn't pick the boat picks the sailor. So we'll see what happens. See what happens there. See what the current owner is like. I think you can get a good gauge for a boat based on the owner, how they speak to you. I'm learning a lot just by looking around and speaking to people selling boats. And there's a lot of really genuine people out there. Whilst they're trying to sell the boat, they take the time to ask you, what is it exactly that you're looking for in a boat? And you tell them, and they say, well, with the greatest of respect, I don't think this boat is going to quite fit your needs. So I think, and then they don't only say, I don't think this is the right boat for you. They then go on and suggest other boats that they think might better suit you for what you want to do, and whereabouts you are in your sailing. So I mean, for example, there's a well-known and highly contested configuration calculation that you can put against a boat to see how stable it is in sort of rough water, I guess. How likely it is to capsize. And if that rating is above 2.0, then there are numerous sailing regatta race events that will not allow you to put that boat into contention. Now that in itself is quite a telling factor. Now, bearing in mind, these are boats that are pushed to the limit. These are boats that are racing. So your everyday cruising around your local area, the chances of the boat capsizing are pretty much non-existent. But if you start to push the envelope, and I am that kind of person, I like to see where the boundaries are. How fast can this boat go? How close to shore can I get it? All these kind of things. I like to know them so that I know where my limits are, and then I can stay safe, hopefully, when I have, friends and family on board. So, yeah, that's probably one of the most important factors that I'm trying to consider when buying a boat, is how stable it is in weather conditions that are not perhaps ideal. So most of the boats I'm looking at, because my budget is pretty limited, are not the most stable boats in the world. Some of them are above 2.0, some of them are way above 2.0. Some of them are below. The Cutlass 27 that I was looking at, the one here that was in Cardiff, that actually had the best score out of all the boats I've looked at so far. I think it was about a 1.4 on the capsize scale, which means you can take it out to sea and race it in bad weather conditions and be confident that she won't capsize, which is brilliant. Or, if you really push the limits and she does capsize, you should pop back up again and self-right, effectively, as long as you haven't left open all the ports and whatnot. Should obviously just fill up with water, and then you've got a really big problem. But no, that shouldn't happen. You should just pop back up, and that'll be you sailing again. Probably, as I mentioned last week, you would be surprised how many sailors go down below after an incident like that and have a little cry because their life flashes before their eyes, sort of thing. which I think and I'm not mocking anyone who's done that. It's just that just makes me laugh that these big, burly, strong, brave men can be turned into a quivering bowl of jelly by the ocean. I just think that's part of its charm, if nothing else. Irvin Curry, good morning. How are you today? From sunny Fuerteventura. Oh, wow. I'm jealous. It's not sunny here today. I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you? You really like my content on YouTube? Well, thank you very much. Where do I get access to your Discord server? Oh. So, if you... You just reminded me of something I meant to do today. I meant to put a link in the description of this video today, and I haven't done that. So, apologies. Otherwise, I would say just look in the description. If you go to SimUK Ultimate Realism and look at the last sailing video I made, there should be a link to the Discord server there. I will make an effort this week to go round and fix that, because there's quite a few people who want to come and join the Discord, which is great. We're sort of growing very small but very friendly community of like-minded sim fans, which is wonderful. So yeah, please do check that out. There should be a link in the description of the previous video. If there isn't one there, then A, I've completely imagined putting it there, and B, I apologise, and I will sort it out for the next live stream, next video / thingy. But yeah, I meant to do that, so I'm sorry. I have lots of things going on. So yes, coming back to the boat. So you've got two indexes. You've got the capsize, the stability index, and if it's below 2.0, then you're pretty much safe to go sailing in bad weather conditions. However, there's also a comfort rating. Now, my interpretation of the comfort rating is when you're beating against the waves like we were in the last episode, that's not a very comfortable experience at the best of times. But I suspect on some boats that is handled better than on other boats. And I kind of feel like that's what we're working with when we're talking about the comfort index, is that sort of configuration. How comfortable it is in rough, bouncy weather sort of thing. And again, the Cutlass was, I think, 35 or 37. Pretty high score. They pretty much say anything over 30 is, like sailing on a cruise ship kind of comfort. Thank you, Irvine. Hopefully I'll see you in there, buddy. Please do say hi. I mean, I'm constantly on the go, constantly swapping between different games, different things, different this, different that, while still building the Sim Shack and a whole host of other things. So I will do my utmost to say hi if I see you in there. I've got so many things on the go. I've got some collabs coming up. I've got some reviews I've still got to do. I've got some hardware reviews I've got to do. I've got some upgrades for my PCs. So many things on the go. Plus, I'm also going out and checking out these boats, and yeah, there's a lot going on. But I'm looking for a boat basically with a comfort rating above 30 and a stability capsize rating below 2. That's the general idea. Oh look, my head is only just in the camera there. So I'm sat back, relaxed. See, this is what sailing does to me, guys. It's so chilled out. I cannot wait to get out there on the ocean. Even in bad weather, I think I'll have a good time. There's an awful lot of stuff you've got to buy, though. I'm about to buy my life jacket, preservery type thing. That'll be interesting. Interesting, because I'm quite a big chap. Very wide shoulders, huge belly. And I seem to have, I don't know if it's just me, I seem to have a longer body than I do legs. I think I have that configuration. So most t-shirts are not long enough for me. So yeah, we'll see how that translates to life preservers. Hopefully Hopefully it will do the job, should the worst happen. But if I get a boat with a capsize rating lower than 2.0, it should never happen. Unless I'm being an idiot. Or unless I get caught in some really horrific weather. And again, if I'm paying attention to weather conditions, that shouldn't really happen. You never know. You never know. It's sailing after all. It's the worst things happen at sea. It does beg the question, doesn't it? When something goes wrong at sea, that's a saying you can't say. You can't say worse things happen at sea because you already are. I wonder what they do say. It's also going to be interesting to get to meet and greet and speak to other sailors. I think I'll learn a lot. Oh! We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. We'll get a boat out on the water. Get the crap out of myself, learn a few lessons. Hopefully learn a few skills. And then share them with you lot. I think whilst I'm sat here thinking about all the bits and bobs I've got to do and buy, I might as well see if I've got any good offers coming in. One of the things you've got to think about is drying yourself out. So you're always going to get wet no matter what you do. When you're sailing, you need to have clothes that dry quickly. Or that are waterproof and don't get wet. Otherwise you're going to have all sorts of extra problems. See here. Solar power, that's one of the things I've got to be looking into. Obviously, unlike most sailors, I'll be looking to video and showcase some of this stuff, which means I'm going to need to be charging batteries and laptops and all sorts of bits and bobs like that. That obviously takes a lot of power. And Britain, in case you don't know, is not the sunniest of places. Irvin, I just had a look at my previous sailing video and clicked on the Discord link, but it said that the link had expired. Right, okay. See, that's a me mistake. got to figure out how to make a link that lasts longer than 24 hours or whatever. Irvine, apologies, but if you hang around... I wonder if I could do it now. Let me see if I can put one in chat. Let me try this. It's going to be slightly difficult because we're going to lose the video feed, but let's have a go anyway. Bosh bosh. Right, Irvine, try this, buddy. Let me know if it works. Let me know if that works, and I'll get on to the people who actually know how Discord works properly and see if I can't get that sorted out properly. That should get you in there. You can say hi to the guys. They're in there most days. Look at that, I've got up to 4 knots nearly. Just that little tweak of the old sail. What are we getting? 7.6 knots of true wind speed. So what we're doing is we're heading further away from the shore. We're being less sheltered by the land, and therefore we're picking up a bit of extra wind speed, which is exactly what I was hoping for. We're doing 4 knots, 4.1 knots now, so we're slowly picking up a bit of speed. Some of the important factors you need to think about when you're getting a boat is who are you sailing for. I mean, if it's just you sailing solo, then obviously you need a boat that can be sailed solo. You don't want something that's so big that you're constant or rigged in a way that you have to constantly keep climbing up to the front of the boat to do something with the jib or whatever. You want it to be self-furling, or have it all the sheets run back to the cockpit, so to speak. If you don't have that, then not only are you making your life more difficult, you're actually putting your life at risk. Because every time you have to climb up this end and do something here, you're risking that, incident where you fall off the boat and the boat just carries on and leaves you behind. I'm really nervous about that happening, more so than I ever realised before. Watch too many movies where all this stuff is easy peasy, so to speak. Come on, got down to 3.5 knots. Got what we want. We're going to be 4 knots minimum. Still in a bit of shelter from the land. Minehead especially, I don't know if you've ever been to Minehead, but there's pardon me, where the bay is, the bay area, there's a huge, I won't call it a mountain, but a huge hill that's right on the side of it. So that is going to be acting as a sort of a windbreaker for us all the way down this this coastline. We're not really going to get much speed until we reach, was it Idcot, did I say? Ilfracombe. But once we get there, we should be getting 16 knots, and then we'll start motoring. Good morning, Kev. How are you, sir? Hope you're well. How are the ribs, buddy? I know you said they're not feeling 100% yet, which is totally expected. I remember when I broke my ribs, it took about 3 months before they were back to being usable. In fact, I don't know if I broke them or just cracked them, or I don't know what happened really. But yeah, it took months to get back in. You just clicked on the link and it didn't work. Since it didn't work, I could send you a link with a link to the Discord server. Your username is Irvine Curry 20. You're getting there, you don't want to risk it. I tell you what, Irvine, Kev is the man to ask, and since Kev's in chat, Kev, maybe you could provide a link to the Discord, because every time I do it, it doesn't bloody work. I'm going to have to learn. I'm going to have to learn your Discord Jedi ways, because I can't figure it out. But yes, you're doing the right thing, my man. Don't risk it. Rib pain is awful. Awful. Golfing on a Wednesday night with maybe some Armour 3. Right, okay. Thank you for linking it at Discord. Thank you. Spike, I'm going to have to get like a permanent link off you so I can put it in some videos and stuff. Because apparently the one I put in there last week didn't work either. Useless Discording. Okay, so we're getting about 8 knots of true wind speed now. This boat appears to be delivering round about 50% of whatever the true wind speed is in this configuration. But tails are dropping all the time. Constantly having to tweak the old sails here. Try and keep our speed up. Something half reasonable. Here is the link for the Sim Shack Discord. Not showing up. That'll be the next problem. Somehow Spike is blocked or something. No link showed up. Oh, that's annoying. How do I let the link go through? Guessing you're on YouTube. Try it from YouTube. I tell you what, Spike, if you could drop it to me on Discord, I'll copy it and post it into the chat. I think that's the best way to do it. I'll get this sorted, guys. I'll get this sorted. Needs Enya. Nice one. Right. Let me know when you posted that link to me, Kev, and I'll repost it in chat. 4.2 knots. We are pretty much hitting exactly 50% of whatever the true wind speed is. So if we are going to get 15 knots of true wind speed eventually, then we can expect to see sort of 7-8 knots, which would be great. 4.2 knots is a little bit disappointing, I'll be honest. I was hoping to be going a smidge faster than this. I don't want to change my angle just yet because I want to maintain this slightly offside. You sent it on Discord. Thank you, buddy. Right, excuse me whilst I just swap to Discord and copy that link. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We're getting there. Right, try this one. This should work. It came from Spike, therefore, should work. The Spike actually knows what he's doing when it comes to Discord. You absolutely did set the Discord up, mate. You absolutely did. I was slightly back on track here. Right, we seem to be quite reasonably well trimmed at the moment. Heading in the right direction, which is always nice. Ah, superb. Irvin, welcome. Is it Irvin or Irvine? How do you pronounce your... How do you prefer your name to be pronounced? Irvin or Irvine? I'll probably find out in Discord. Mike will show you around. We got a whole host of new gameplay opportunities and options opening up, and different games and different disciplines and stuff that we're all enjoying and messing about with and collaborating on. It's pretty cool. Exciting stuff. God, I can't wait until I do this for real. Almost like punishment, this is. I did find another cutlass, actually. I had a look last night to see if there was another one about, and there is. Although I'm not quite so convinced by this one. It just doesn't feel quite right. Oh, blimey. Marley wants to come in. That's my cat. He never wants to come in. Hello, buddy boy. You coming in? There are people who take their cats sailing, you know. People who live aboard their boats. Hello, buddy boy. The wife and I were away for the weekend. And it's Marley. Did you actually see him on camera? I'm not sure if you did. What are you doing, Marley? The only problem with Marley is he's so inquisitive. He'll be up on that shelf in a second, and that shelf is not designed for the size of Marley. If you hear all sorts of banging and clattering going on, you know what's happened. Anyway, there's lots of beautiful boats. This is another excellent example of a boat here. Caravella sailing yacht, 27 feet. Hailing Island. Looks to be in reasonable condition. Not mint condition. I see some really beautiful boats. This one's a little bit... This one's used. A lovely layout, lovely configuration. Perfect for me and the kids. And the wife. Anyway, can't allow myself to get distracted by that. I've got 10 million other things I've got to do first. Sell my ass to St. Ives being one of them. One thing I've realised is I'm going to have to get some paper charts. All well and good having... Spike, no, I got outbid, mate. I got outbid on the boat. We were leading the bidding up until the last couple of hours. Then I got outbid. So the wife and I had a chat and we decided we could go a little bit higher than our maximum budget. But unfortunately... in the last hour, somebody outbid us again, and that was it. I mean, that really was the most we could possibly push to. So no, we didn't get it. We didn't get it, sadly. Just found an app called CMap Boating. That could be very useful. I can get charts on my phone. But again, I mean, this is partly what I was saying. I can't just have digital versions of charts and things, because if my phone gets wet or the battery dies or anything like that, then I'm totally blind. It's like being a pilot without GPS or you know, charts for landing a plane or whatever. If you don't know where the shallows are or where the dangers are, you really are dangerously close to having a serious incident. So that's what you've got to worry about. So having paper charts means no matter what happens, I can still look and see what's going on. What's going on, Marley? Marley? I think he's leaving. He's going. Had enough. He's inspected the shed. He's gone. So he's out of here. Funny. He never comes in here, really. It's odd that he asked for. Shall we spin the wheel to see who's playing who for golf? 100%. I think that's a great way of doing it. We should do solo tournaments as well. So we can only have 4 playing at the same time, but I'm sure you can have a tournament where each person plays individually, but together, if that makes sense. So we can all play at the same time, just not in a multiplayer environment. Slightly more real-lifey feel to it. 4.1 knots. I think that's the fastest we've gone today. 4.2. Come on, edge it up to 4.3. Come on, baby. 4.1, 4.2. Perilously close to a 4.3. So the true wind speed is 8.4, so we're again maintaining that sort of 50% speed. You can do that without grouping together. Perfect, perfect. As long as we know when the tournament is, we can all get round 1 done on a particular day, round 2 on a particular day, and so on. That'd be fun. I'm looking forward to that. That should be great fun. We'll see who the proper golfer is. The real golfers. The Spike. A couple of things happening. We're going to go, meaning me, we're going to go look at a boat on Friday. It's got a great history behind it, which I'm not going to share with you now because I'll get all the facts wrong. I'll wait until I've spoken to the chap and I've okayed it with him, so to speak. What's going on here? Come on, wind. So yeah, we've got a boat to go and have a look at, which will be interesting. And I've really got it in, like, the taste for doing a solo sail around the UK. That's my ultimate ambition. Probably not in year 1. That's a year 2, maybe a year 3 thing. Not sure. Have to see how well we get on, how good the boat is, how good I am, so on and so on. But yeah, as I'm coming around, I'll be pulling into different harbours and stuff, so you have to come see me. Get you out on the boat for the day. That'll be fun. .7 knots. Okay, we're getting to the point where I want to make a turn. Again, we're still going to be sheltered quite a lot from the wind. Yeah, from the fast wind. So maybe we'll try and stay a little bit further off the coast. Give us some chance. I'm guessing these white dots are where we've previously been, is it? Yeah, I think it must be like breadcrumbs, so to speak. Hartlepool. Hartlepool. Okay, Hartlepool is on the list. Consider that added. You could jump on the boat, Spike, and we'll go up and we'll see Keith. And take Keith out. Do some fishing. We'll sail over and see Ron as well. Let's do that. That'd be good fun. That'd be good fun. But before we can do any of that cool stuff, I need to get a boat. So, the search continues. I'm really desperate not to just jump on something for the sake of having something. You know what I mean? I want it to be a long-term, sensible investment. A boat that I trust. A boat that I can believe in. A boat that's going to last me for a long time. That's the hope. I mean, I think that's everybody's hope. You never quite know, do you? That's the point about sailing. Despite all your best efforts, you never quite know what you're going to get until you get it, until it lands right in your lap. It is. 4 knots. We're only getting 8.1 knots of true wind speed at the moment because we're too close to the shore. So the wind is getting buffeted, but it should be, as we get a little bit further out into the channel, we should be doing sort of 15 knots. Sorry, we should be getting about 15 knots of true wind speed. So we should be able to do about 8-9 knots, so double this speed at the moment. We'll keep on at it. Hopefully we'll get out there and the wind will pick up a bit. And that will halve the amount of time it's going to take. But yeah, I mean, this is part of sailing, but a lot of sailing is, what do you do in the downtime? What do you do when the wind isn't that active and you're not being fed over or whatever? You get some food and strap in for some sailing. Fantastic. Fantastic! Crewmates. You can actually have crew on these boats, by the way. I never really mentioned it before. In Sailaway, you can ask people to come and sail on your boat with you. I don't know how well that works, if I'm being honest. Never tried it. But there's not really... The thing is, there's not really enough to do. It's not realistic enough. It's not simulated enough. But, I mean, it would be nice anyway, I suppose, having someone on board. You've got a big ship, one of the more complex ships. Maybe that makes sense, but I'm just this little boat here. Not much point, really. 4.1, 4.2, come on. Do this. I want 4.3 knots. We're going to have to turn in a second. Going to end up butterflying here. I could see it happening. He is. Well, that's interesting. We've butterflied one way and then t'other. Huh. Cannot get the main to get a good bite. Okay, so looking at the telltales, I think maybe I could tighten the backstay and maybe get a better angle on this. So the backstay is already at 100%, so maybe that's not what we want. We want to loosen the backstay. Hmm. It didn't really make a lot of difference, I have to say. Still doing 3.1 knots. You know what? I think we're going to go... I think we're going to go further out from shore. I think we're getting more speed going across the bay, and we know there's more wind out there, so long term short. Let's head out deeper. Just adjust our slightly. Something like that. And then we'll try and stay down the middle of the channel, because the middle of the channel, we're starting to get some better wind over there. And then, like I say, once we get sort of here, whatever this is, Ilfracombe, is it? Bull Point. I think that says. Once we get past there, we should have decent wind all the way down. You've got to get there first, is the problem. We're in a lull. We're in a crappy bit of weather. Irvin, yeah, we can sail wherever we want to go. There are missions as well. There are like, they call them challenges. And if I show you here. So first of all, if I zoom out, as far as I can, you can see that the entire world is on this map. And all these other boats, these are other people sailing all over the world, which is kind of cool. You know, and the wind is seemingly very accurately modelled. The physics in that, not so much. But the wind is very accurately modelled. So the wind that I'm getting in the game right now at this point is identical to the wind that's on Windy in the bottom left-hand corner. That's a real-world app, Windy. And I think is actually what's feeding the wind information in the game. So yes, you can sail anywhere you like in the world. You can teleport to a particular location and then sail. Or you could actually sail all the way around the world. Kind of cool. But yeah, what I was going to say was these little badges that I have here. If I can get close enough to zoom in on them. Each of these badges is a challenge in the game. Some very simple ones, some more complex ones. You can see I've done quite a few. But they're good for sort of practicing certain weather conditions, different water conditions. I mean, there's a lot that's good about this game. But there's a lot that could be better. Oh, I think it's fair. Welcome back, Kev. Welcome back. What are you munching on, me old China? Oh, now this is interesting. We're getting 9.1 knots. But we're not getting 4.5 knots speed over ground. So that means my sail configuration is not optimal. Have a look up here. That looks okay, but I think if we bring the backstay back up to 100%, maybe that will help us. There we go. No. It's actually slowed us down. Quite getting the speed I want out of this boat today. 3.3 knots is incredibly leisurely. Irvin, it's real world time. So I've participated in, I think, 3 races. 2 of them were very short, and very yeah, I think they're about an hour, 2 hours long. That's a short race, but it's real world time, real world speed. But the longest one I participated in was across the Barents Sea. I think it was the Barents Sea, and that took 2 weeks. 2 weeks of sailing, and I was in first place up until the 3rd day, when I let the AI take over whilst I was away, and it capsized my boat twice. So I was most annoyed about that. I finished 3rd in that race. But yeah, that was a 2-week long race. That was pretty severe. I did some very late nights and some very early mornings. But yeah, I was miles ahead until the AI capsized my boat. And then that was me, screwed. But yeah, I mean, it's good practice. That's why I'm out here, because, you know, I was trying to buy this boat in Cardiff, and I would have had to have sailed her back from Cardiff, because she was too big to trailer. And I've learnt some really valid lessons. I mean, as much as the game has some shortcomings, it's also a really good practice tool for just getting your head in the game, making good decisions. Like, for example, I'm trying to head slightly further out into the middle of the Bristol Channel so that I can get some more speed over ground. I think in the long run that's going to be quicker than taking the more direct route. I don't know. I mean, it should do. If nothing else, it should give us a better wind angle. I'm going to look at this app. Okay. So all these things have prices. You've got like Savvy Navi, which is what I tried to use last week. I don't think that's as good as I thought it was, to be honest. There's a charts app I just looked at there, but it's £40 a year. I mean, if it was like £40, you know, buy this chart and own it forever, I think I'd be well on board with that. That seems like a really good deal. But to have to pay again every year for the same charts just seems a bit freaking naughty. Anyway. You got a sandwich, a fake Twix, and a moose. Nice. Moose burger. Something you've got to have on board all boats, apparently. All boats sailing needs to have hot chocolate. Because when everything goes wrong, when everything goes wrong and you're soaking wet and you've had enough and you just want to go home, hot chocolate is what brings you round. Gets your brain back in the game, chills you out, makes it all possible again. True wind speed has dropped again a bit, which is it's been frustrating. Just adjusting the windy app. I can see it a bit better, and hopefully you can as well. The wind angle has changed ever so slightly. So I think there's a chance catch 22, isn't it? I'm going to turn in. I'm going to go on a new heading. New wind angle. See how we get on with that. There we go. Okay, now we're doing 4.6 knots. That was the right decision. Now we're motoring. Anything sort of 5 knots or above on this boat is considered decent. We're getting a small amount of heel now. 4.7 knots. Okay, this is better. This is better. Now I feel like we're moving. Good. Good, good, good. But yes, a small amount of heel. You can see the boat is just ever so slightly heeling over. What we want. The angle right. Here you go. Slight amount of heel. Nothing too serious, nothing too strenuous. Still relaxing sailing, but we're actually moving now, which is brilliant. 4.5 knots doesn't seem like a lot more than 3.7, but my God. When you put it up against a timer, it makes a huge difference. Oops. Just adjust my route plan. Accommodate our new angle. We're back to some chilled out sailing. .3 knots, first time today. Whoop whoop. Actually, I think it was just 4.5 minutes ago, didn't we? Right, okay. So let me do, there's a 4.5 right now. Let's have a look. One of the things I know I'm not good at is the wind angle situation. So at the moment we're on, I think, a training run. Maybe as much as a broad reach. We're almost a broad reach. What's fastest? A broad reach is a very relaxed sailing stance. You shouldn't really be heeling with a broad reach. But I think maybe we're doing a training run. Somewhere between a training run and a broad reach, I think we're on. What's the fastest angle? Oh, interesting. It says here, by sailing downwind at 135 degrees off the wind, a land sailing craft could sail much faster than the wind. And we are round about 142, 135. So I kind of feel like we should be going maybe a bit faster. Maybe this boat just isn't very fast. Seeing if tightening her up is going to help. Easing her out, maybe. Perhaps this just isn't a very fast boat. We're almost bang on the 135 training run angle. Still only maintaining sort of 50% the true wind speed. No, I can't complain. That's nearly a whole knot faster than we were doing 10 minutes ago. You feel like I'm playing naval action. Yeah. Well, Kev, if you get yourself a boat as well, mate, we can always meet up and do a bit of naval action. Get some paint bombs or something on the go. And paint cannons. That's a really good idea, isn't it? I'm going to do that sometime. Let me just read what these charts are all about. I don't want to buy some charts that are no good to me. I'm trying to set it up so the main will catch most of the wind, but when the wind changes slightly, then it gets picked up by the jib. And that way, shouldn't have to trim so much, but we still maintain 4.5 knots. That's the most fire. Yeah, that'd be so cool. I'd be well up for that. Some sort of cannon system that fires paintballs or paint balloons at the other boat. And anyone who gets splattered by too much paint is considered dead. Oh, that'd be a lot of fun. I'd be well up for that. Right, so looking at C80 British Isles sea charts. I don't know if that's a good thing to have. It looks like it covers all the areas I want to sail. See, there's another one there that's different. By the same company, covers the same area, just has a different name. I'm trying to figure out which charts I would actually need. What are the 4 types of nautical charts? Here we go. This is probably what we're going to have to learn. So there are 4 types. A nautical chart is a map specifically prepared for navigation that provides information such as the type of seabed, rock, sand or other, danger zones, depth of the sea or beacons, and among others. They can also be found under the name of maritime charts. Navigational charts, or simply charts. There are different types of nautical charts that are divided into 2 main groups which are used for navigation. Right. So there's the Mercator projection. What? Okay, spin my head out much. Used for loxodromic navigation, whatever that is. The Mercator projection is named after Mercado, who developed it. This maritime navigation chart is based on a cylinder in which the meridians are shown as parallel and equidistant lines. The parallels also appear as straight lines, but in their case, the distance increases as they move away from the equator. Then we've got mnemonic projection. This is an azimuthal, I think that's how you pronounce it, projection, whose point of perspective is the Earth. It constitutes of great circles as straight lines, regardless of their orientation. This is a very useful projection for navigation, as the larger circles point to the shortest distance routes. Okay. So then you've got the classification of nautical charts according to their scale. According to their scale, there are also different types of navigational charts. General or oceanic charts, medium coastal charts, coastal charts, approaches charts, and port-to-land charts. Characteristics of each of these are described here. General charts cover a great area of coastline and sea and are mainly used in ocean navigation. Medium coastal charts are used for medium-sized routes in terms of scale. Coastal navigation charts, as their name suggests, are necessary for navigating by surveying the coastline. Approaches landfall navigation. These navigational charts are intended to help navigators to approach harbours and other geographical features to avoid accidents. It kind of sounds like the one I need. Coastal, they have a scale of less than 1 to 25,000 and are used to show in detail a small area of coastline and sea. And then you have river charts, but I'm not really planning on doing much river sailing. You need to have a license to sail rivers in the UK, apparently. inland waters, but you don't need a license to sail the sea. Excuse me. So if I zoom in on this, what can I see here? It says January 2021. That seems... Before using this chart, visit imray.com for updates and changes. So this is a 1 to 1.5 million scale. So I don't think that's the one I need. I think that's too generalistic. I need something a bit more... smaller scale. What the hell? Okay, so now I'm getting loads of read stuff. There's so many things you've got to learn, and a beginner's guide to read nautical charts. That does not have good reviews. Nautical calculation companion. How's this? Calculation. Allcraft Almanac. All the info you need for the UK, it says here. I buy this every year. Not a lot you can say, really. I use this for the tides, mainly. So, plus some of the information within a quality publication. Okay. This sounds a bit more. Okay, and it's 2024. Actually cheaper than the one I was just looking at. So good. Let's just have a little read here. The Reed's PBO Smallcraft Almanac may be more compact and concise than the Reed's Nautical Almanac, but it contains a wealth of indispensable navigational data, especially tailored for small craft sailors, presented in an easy-to-find, quick reference manner for onboard use, streamlined to focus on tidal data, tidal tables, tidal streams, tidal curves, that's important, and lights, buoys and waypoints. The Small Craft Almanac covers the whole of the UK and Ireland and the west coast of Europe from Denmark to... Oh, this sounds perfect. Published in association with Practical Boat Owner magazine, this practical handy almanac boasts many unique features for small craft sailors and represents excellent value for money for those who don't need the more comprehensive marina data, passage information and chartlets of the full Reed's Almanac. Well, which I need. Meticulously researched, it includes a huge amount of information of value. The small craft navigators, tide tables, tidal streams, tidal gates, secondary port differences, 2,500 waypoints, radio data. That's quite useful. Light recognition, don't know what that means. Weather information, not sure how that's going to work. Principal lights, don't know what that means. IALA voyage, international codes and flags, sun, moonrise, set times and emergency information. Also available 3 supplements of up-to-date navigational changes from January to June. Okay. Oh. Oh, there's a pre-order for the 2025 version. When does that come out? In November. Huh. Huh. Okay. Well, I think that's the one I need. I think that's the one I'm after. At least then I can have a look and start getting sort of acclimatized to it. What are we doing? 4.6 knots. Look at this. It's going to take me days. I know, mate. I know. 3 days is the target. When we came out of Cardiff the other day, I was hoping to make a lot more progress, but stupidly, even though I knew this not to be the case, I kind of felt like, even though the wind was against us and the wind conditions weren't great, i.e. too powerful, facing the wrong direction, I still felt like maybe I could just usher the boat along at a reasonable pace and still be able to get somewhere. But no, of course, that's not the case, because because that's the whole point of sailing, is that the wind and the weather and the location you're in absolutely dictates to you where you can go, when you can go, and how long it's going to take you to get there. So, yeah. We didn't make anywhere near the sort of progress I was expecting. But we're moving a lot faster now. I know it doesn't seem like it. We're already nearly 2 hours in, and we've barely left Minehead. But yeah, this is this is what I would have been doing this coming weekend had I won the bid on that boat. So I would have been doing this for real. So doing it in a simulation environment is excellent for me, because it really highlights how difficult it's going to be, how demanding it's going to be, and how dangerous it's going to be. So yeah, it's been educational. Really opened my eyes to see that splash come up there. It's really opened my eyes to what I can expect from being out on the sea. I have loads of like technical knowledge and understanding, but very, very little practical knowledge. And there's only one way you can get practical knowledge, and that's to get out there and do it. Now, anyone with an ounce of intelligence would go out there with someone else who knows what they're doing already and learn from them. But I don't know anybody who knows anything about sailing yet. So I'm very much on my own at this moment in time. But it's on the cards. It's on the cards. We're getting 10 knots of wind now. We're doing nearly 5 knots. We would actually feel like we were sailing now. This in real life, it would feel like we were actually moving. So for every hour, we'll do 5 nautical miles. But I'm very much hoping to get our speed up to sort of 9 or 10 knots. That's the target. But of course, because I'm a novice sailor, I also want to stay within sight of the coast. So A, I kind of know where I am. And B, if all else fails, I can maybe swim to shore. Depending on which way the current is going. In fact, let's have a look at that real quick. Info. Current 0 knots. I don't think currents work in this game. I don't think they've ever worked. There's definitely a current here because this is a tidal channel. So the water is either going in or going out. Oh, Kev! Your ex-mother-in-law owned a boat. She sailed it from Grimsby to the south of France. Was that a sailboat or a motorboat, mate? Since she's your ex-mother-in-law, you probably can't get her to come and give me some good tips anyway. Bit of a shame. What I'm using right now. Oh, fantastic. She's exactly the type of person I should be talking to. Obviously, there's pros and cons to everything you do and everywhere you live and who you know and so on and so forth. In this area of Britain, sailing is the most expensive that it is anywhere. Sort of the hub, the mecca of sailing. So the price of everything down here is 3 times what it is all over the rest of the UK. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass. But I would definitely love to sail around the UK. I would love to do it. I think it would be brilliant. But of course, you need to have a bit of experience, a bit of practice, a bit of know-how. 4.3 knots. Come on, baby. Her husband at the time went with her and he was as sick as a dog all the way from Grimsby to France. So she sailed it all on her own. This is another thing that I'm concerned about. I have experienced seasickness and I mean it's funny when it hits somebody else. But it bloody ain't funny when it hits you. I mean, it really isn't funny. There is nothing you can do to stop it other than get off the boat. But obviously that's not exactly a viable option. So, yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to have to take some seasickness pills. I'm going to have to take my seasickness wrist straps, which sometimes work. And I'm just hoping it doesn't affect me. You know, I'm hoping I get used to it really quickly and I can move on. But we had 4.7 knots then. Woohoo! 4.7. Go on, baby. 4.7 knots. What a beauty. I think we can squeeze 4.8 out of this. Come on. Yeah, 4.8 knots, baby. That's good. We're getting slightly faster the further we go. Oh, I'll tell you what I could do. I could adjust. That's the reef. The traveller. So if I ease the traveller out, that'll change the wind angle. The sail angle, rather. .9 knots. I think that's the fastest we've been today. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I think that's our... Traveller is eased and the sail is up. I've seen a lot of sailors. I mean, these are like, you know, fair weather sailors. They lock this traveller off thing here. Whole mechanism. They lock it off in a central position because fundamentally, as far as they're concerned, they're never going to need those kind of extremes. Which is fair enough, I suppose. These are all things I've got to learn. Irvin, yes, it does have multiplayer on it. So you can sail... If you bought this game, if you have this game, you could come and join me right now. Right now. Right next to me. You can just jump in and sail away. Sail away, that's the name of the game. Yeah, you could jump in and do that immediately. And then there'll be 2 of us sailing, which is cool. Or you could do that, and then I could invite you to come and jump on my boat. And then we'd both be sailing this boat. Although there's not much to do at the moment. There's not really much for 2 people to do. But yeah, you can do multiplayer co-op or multiplayer solo sailing. So yes, multiplayer is definitely in this game, yeah. It most certainly is. And Sailaway 3 is due to come out soon. Although the dev has not invited me to join in with the alpha, beta testing or anything like that. He has specifically asked me not to review it until it's ready for release. And I don't know what he's going to include in it. If you did have a boat here and you tried to sail into me, you just sail straight through me. And the multiplayer sort of synchronization seems a bit skew-whiff to me, personally. So I'm hoping they're 2 things that are going to be fixed. But I don't know. I don't know. If you speak to the Sailaway community, they're absolutely adamant that this is not a kid's game, it's a real-life simulator. But when you point out to them, but, you know, nothing ever breaks and you can't sink your boat, so it's not realistic. They're like, no, that's kid stuff. It's like, no, that's a simulator. They don't quite seem to understand the difference. But, yeah, anyway, I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Doing some reasonable speed now. You're on holiday, but this game looks good. Do people from Discord server play on it? I think I'm the only guy in Discord who plays it. So there would be me and you, Irvine. There would be me and you sailing around. But that's not to say that nobody else would get it and join in. I mean, more the merrier, right? And you can set up races. So we could actually, you know, do a race in some tight channels, some tight areas where, you know, you could run aground. I mean, it could become a thing. Definitely. It could become a thing. But right now, I mean, I haven't picked up and played this game for a long time. Ash owns this, does he? I didn't realise that. Yeah, I should see if he's interested in doing a bit of a sail. I mean, what would be cool is to do a route with other people. But, you know, because the game isn't that realistic, there's not a lot of doing. There's a lot of slight trim adjustment and sail away. But, I mean, you can't really knock it, because that is what sailing is. When I get my boat, there's going to be an awful lot of sitting down on my arse not doing a lot. But, of course, that's when you get into trouble. The amount of people I've seen making YouTube videos, and they're sailing along 5 knots quite happily, la 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 la, in an area where some big tankers sail around and stuff. I'm seeing a bit of sea swell here, look. We're getting a bit of waves picking up. Means the wind is picking up, which is good news for us. So they're sat there and they're sailing away, having a lovely time, and they turn around and there's like this flipping enormous, great big tanker right behind them, which hasn't sounded its horn, hasn't, you know, taken a change of route so that they don't smash into your boat and sink you. You know, really aggressive movement from a sailboat, from a tanker or whatever. And then the poor little sailboat has to turn his engine on, face into the wind, and just try and get out of the way and not die. So, I mean, you sit here and you switch off for too long and you're dead. That's part of the challenge. But, you know, none of that is in the game either. There are no big tankers, which is a real shame. So much more could be done with Sailaway, I think. But as it is at the moment, it's the only game that comes close to a real-life sailing experience. There isn't really anything as immense as this. Oh, and it's fair to mention, Irvine, that there is a Sailaway community. The last time I checked, they were quite active. You're looking at maybe 40 or 50 people. They do arrange race events and regattas and stuff like that. So there are people you can sail with. You know, it's not a dead game by any means. Just maybe not as popular as some other AAA titles because, you know, it's a different experience. DZNTRD. I don't quite know how to pronounce that, but hello, welcome. You can't wait for Sailaway 3. Me either. I'm quite excited to see what he's done. I do believe he's working on the physics. I don't know whether or not he's including collisions with boats. I hope he does, because, you know, when you're sailing, that's one of the key things. I mean, that's one of the most important things, is forcing a boat to your port side to leave the perfect angle because, you know, because of sailing rules or whatever. But what have you heard, DZ? Anything good that you can share with me? Like I say, I did try and join the beta, but he didn't want me to, so. He's still salty about Sailaway 2 Pro debacle, which was a complete mess, the way that was dealt with, I have to say. And I still don't think he takes any responsibility for that whatsoever. I think he feels like he's the victim. It's kind of funny. But yeah. Sailaway 3, I'm hoping. Better physics. More immersion. And boat collisions. That would be my top things. If they include all that, it would change the game a lot. You know, it'd be great if someone could build a great big tanker, and you could then start doing proper sailing around the world. I mean, it's got so much potential, but you know, difficult. You were watching the Sailaway guy videos about developing the game, but it's been a while now. You haven't heard anything recently. Yeah. I've seen a couple of those. I saw one where he was doing something along the lines of water-based physics into the boat. That's not really a thing at the moment, so I don't know what that means exactly. Does that mean boats can sink now? I don't know. It'd be nice if they could. You know, if you took a boat out in the middle of a hurricane like I did, it should sink. It should get blown over, smashed into the sea and sink. But yeah, it depends how much of a sim you want, really. I mean, things on boats break all the time. Like one of these sheets could break quite easily. If they're not maintained, if they're not looked after, if you don't anti-foul the boat, you know, on a regular basis, then you get all sorts of crustaceans and stuff growing on the underside of your boat. And then when you go out sailing in perfect windy conditions like this and you're only doing 4.8 knots, you think, well, why am I only going 4.8 knots? I should be doing at least 10. That's when you've got to get underneath the boat and start chiseling off all the crustaceans that have attached themselves. Can you imagine if they did an oil tanker simulator? It would take an entire stream just to turn it around to stop the ship. I think they could put oil tankers in this game. I really do. And I think it would work really well, because it would make it feel more realistic. Especially if you could, like, plot a route and have the AI sail it whilst you're not around. I think that would be good. And then you would have real life experiences. You'd have a boat that's on a trajectory that doesn't know about your existence, and it's going to carry on that route no matter what. So you have to get out of that big tanker's way, or it's going to hit you, crush you, and sink you. I think that'd be fantastic. I mean, talk about simulation. That stuff happens all the time. Insane. I'd love to see it. I don't know if we will. My fingers are crossed. .7 knots with a 10.1 true wind speed. Actual wind speed is 6.9. I just don't feel like this is a particularly fast boat. I don't think there's much I could do with the sails to really sort of... I suppose the jib lead car could be let out a bit. Changes the angle slightly. I don't think it's going to give us a lot. Certainly isn't a dramatic change, is it? I wonder if I can put the halyard up any further. The backstay's at maximum. The main halyard is at maximum. Can't do anything else with them. No, there's only a few sails on this boat. Can't squeeze any more speed out of her right now. We are moving. We are moving. Slowly, slowly, catchy monkey. 4.7 knots. Once we get past Ilfracombe, you'll see a significant speed boost. We should be doubling our speed at that point. You can't rush it. Chillaxing. I'm getting a bit peckish myself. I'm going to have to go down to the galley and get something to eat. I've also got to phone this chap about the boat I'm going to go see on Friday. So I might tie those two things together. If I could leave the boat with you chaps. We're all set up. We're all trimmed out. There's not much you have to do. Just keep an eye on the boat. And if it's going to collide with something, let me know. I have no idea how you would let me know. But scream, shout. Lean to one side of your chair. Maybe you'll help influence turn the boat slightly. So yeah, 1 o'clock. I'm going to go grab some lunch. Bit of soup, maybe. Warm myself up in these weathery conditions. I shall leave my slippers here with you. And We'll be back very, very soon. 5.1 knots, guys. Better sailors than I am. Well done. I see the true wind speed has gone up to 11. That's nice. Got myself some snacks. Check trim. Look to be trimmed quite well. I think there's much we need to do here. Keep on this track. Or this tack, as I should say. Chipping away. Inch by inch, mile by mile, little by little. Hello, Mr. Seagull. Very small amount of heel. I was half expecting someone to jump in. There's nobody here. Still sailing solo, which is all well and good. We haven't made as much progress today as I thought we would have done, I'll be honest. Been sailing for 2 hours already. And we've barely made it past Minehead. True wind speed hasn't really done us a great turn, has it? Well, that's cool. I didn't know. I just figured out I can hang my controller off the back of my yoke. We'll start with a little bit of a banana. Bananas are good for you. They relax the muscles, stop you getting cramp. I'd say taste bloody good. You know, when bananas go black, it's a sign of their potassium level. It's reached maximum, I think. And arguably that's when they taste best. Delicious. Penny penny. Oh, okay. So it holds the controller temporarily. Should you dare touch it, it will immediately fall on the floor. Not the perfect solution at all. One of the other things about sailing, of course, is there's not a lot of space. And you can't leave things laying around. Ship shape and Bristol fashion. That's, you know, very much a nautical term. And it's essential because, I mean, I've been on a few cruises, I'm fortunate enough to say. And those boats are enormous. And it's like walking around a little village or a little city. It's incredible. But on a sailboat, you have none of those luxuries. Everything is teeny tiny. I do hate the pith. Lovely bit of nana. Lovely bit of nana. Look at that. So I was in London with the wife this weekend. A couple of cool things happened. First thing, well, not the first thing, but one thing that happened was we went to see the Back to the Future musical. And I don't really like musicals that much. There are some exceptions. The Rocky Horror Picture Show, that's a musical I could definitely go to. In fact, I'd like to go see that one day. That'd be fun. Whether or not I dress up, I don't know. Probably not. But you never know. You never know. If I have a couple of beers, I'll probably do anything. But, yeah, the special effects, absolutely phenomenal. You've got to think about the DeLorean getting up to 85 miles an hour, and you think, how are they going to do that on a small stage? But they did it, and they made it look as if it was really going very, very, very fast. It was so clever what they did. You got a few iconic moments in the movies that are in the film. One of which is when he drives the car through at 85 miles an hour, and the cable connects, and the electricity from the lightning bolt goes down and through and into the car. And then obviously he disappears and goes back into the future, and all that's left behind is a bit of flame on the floor going down the road and the cable just hanging. They captured that moment superbly well. It was so clever how they did it. Really, really amazing. And then another key moment is when right at the end of the film, when everything seems to be perfect and everyone's happy, except for Biff. The doc turns up and he's like, you better back up, Doc. We won't have enough space to get up to 85. And he goes, where we're going, we don't need roads. We won't have enough road to get up to 85. Sorry, I ruined it. But yeah. And then obviously the car takes off. The wheels fold up underneath. It hovers, and then it flies out over the stage and rotates. Does like a 360-degree barrel roll. Fantastic. Very good. They totally smashed that as well. But yeah. I have to say, the performance was incredible. But the seating was awful. £75 a seat. And I'm not the tallest person on God's earth by any means, but 6 foot tall, and I had no leg space whatsoever. I had cramp for pretty much all of that entire show. I nearly got up and walked out just to give my legs a bit of a break. It was that painful. But I managed to just sort of struggle my way through it, so to speak, and it was so good and so entertaining. It wasn't too difficult to sort of distract myself from the pain I was in. And the occasional flex. And the chap sat next to my left. He was sitting at an angle with his legs out in the sort of the channel that was there, the gap, which meant that I could put my leg a little bit further left than you normally would. So yeah, it worked out. We got there in the end. That was fantastic. Another thing, went on the London Uber river taxis. Those things are rapid. Woo! They get up to, I don't know what speed. I'm thinking about 30 mile an hour. So in knots. I don't know what that is. 40, 50, 45, something like that. I'll probably Google it. So look. Find out how fast they go. It's by Thames Clippers. Wow, it's been running for 20 years. I didn't know that. Good gosh. Started 24th of May 1999. Wow. They've transported 50 million passengers. Good lord. They must be making so much money. So tell me, how fast does it go? No, 22 knots is its top speed. Really? Feels faster. Ah, 32 knots. 32 knots. Okay. "36 miles an hour, that is." That's what it felt like. Rapid. And they get up to that speed so quickly. It's insane. First time I've ever been on them. But they don't hang about. They're not. It's not like a casual service. Like if you call an Uber or something, they'll park up, and they won't drive off until you're in the flipping until you're in the actual taxi, or the Uber, I should say. Whereas on the Uber boat, they are gone. They don't want to hang around at all. And me and the wife, first time we've ever been on the boat, and we needed 2 tickets. So she scanned. She was paying, so she scanned her phone twice. But what that does is it tells the system that you've got on the boat and off the boat at the same place. So one person can't pay for 2 people. It's a stupid system, I think. It's designed wrong. But anyway, when we got the other end and they were like, "Scan out," we were like, "But it's not scanning out properly." And basically we got a free ride on the Clipper by accident. Now, if you do that, there are signs everywhere that says you're going to get a £50 fine minimum. But to be fair, A, we've never done it before. B, when we were trying to get on the boat, they kind of pulled up and they were like, "Get on the boat quick, get on the boat now. Come on, we've got to go. And they really rushed us like super, super fast. And we were like, "How do we do this?" They were like, "Just tap it." And we were like, "Okay." So we kind of tapped it twice. It totally wasn't our fault. But we did get a free ride. They were all right about it. But yeah, it was kind of funny at the time. Made us chuckle. But we did go and see we did go and see the Cutty Sark as well. If you don't know what the Cutty Sark is, it was at one time the fastest boat in the world. And it would transport goods from London to Australia in 72 days. I mean, that's going some, that is. They'd go round the Horn. They'd sail in any weather. And they only had like 32 men on board, maximum, averaging 28 men. Incredible. Yeah, I mean, an amazing boat. But inspiring at the same time. 5 knots, people. Slowly making progress. So let's work this out, shall we? We're averaging 5 knots. Go to Savvy Navy. See if it's any good. Right, so we've got to clear that route. Where did we get to? We got to Watch It, Minehead, Blue Anchor Bay. We're going to start there. Navigate all the way around St Ives. How long does it think it's going to take us? The 109 nautical miles. Okay. It's given me a pretty detailed. It'll take 11 hours and 36 minutes to get there, so it says. We're kind of on the right route. Are we just coming up to Partick now? Where are we heading? The wind has dropped a bit. 10.3 knots. No, it's not really. Maybe we're just getting a bit of a lull. So, Savvy Navy, I don't know if you can see that on the cam. It will do when the cam swaps, but yeah, if I preview this route, so we've done this section. So it reckons we should come a little bit more centralised, but there's an awful lot shallows out there. You've got to be nervous of and careful of. Don't want to get caught with the tide coming in and run ourselves aground. Let's gauge where that is. Oh, do you know what? No, that's pretty much the route that I've tracked. Just rotate it so I can see what I'm looking at. So we are past Minehead. We're heading to Poole Lock now. And then heading out into the Bristol Channel. Reckons an angle of 281 to bear away on. try a different angle. See if we can get a bit more speed out of this boat. Yeah, we seem to be capped at about 5.1, 5.2. It's a more direct route, so arguably it's faster over the long term. And the tide is 1.2 knots at the moment. So really our speed over ground should be, I mean, obviously this game doesn't simulate tidal speeds, unfortunately, otherwise we would be doing sort of 7-8 knots, which is what I was predicting when I started this sail today, so it's a bit disappointing. We're losing about 1.2 knots because of that. But, you know, we're chugging away. We're maintaining 5.1. And the wind speeds increase, which they should do. They might be able to get a bit faster. Yeah, once we get past Ilfracombe, we'll have a sort of a 90-degree angle, broad reach, or above. We just have to suffer the slow pace until we get there, basically. The slightly tighter tack. So we should hopefully get there a little bit quicker. Not much more I could do, really. Just sail on, sail on. I got a chocolate muffin today. I never have these. I'm not a big fan of muffins, but occasionally it'll be quite rewarding. There's a London muffin. Quite sticky. Oh, and crumbly. Blimey. This is not a good muffin at all. Almost impossible to eat it. Bloody hell. It's just falling apart. Going bloody everywhere. Tastes nice. It's horrible to eat. Now you can see that. Just rumbling. Like trying to pick up sand. Well, that wasn't entirely lovely. So it reckons 3 hours to get to Ilfracombe. So we are losing a bit of tidal pace. Which is likely going to make things a little bit slower. Ay, 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 ay. Every time I come to external cam, the telltales look like they're drooping. Oh, they bloody are drooping. 5.5 knots. Probably the fastest we've gone today, I think. Through wind speeds, pick it up a little bit, 12.2. Can't focus on it too much. Just got to chill. Chill and partially distract myself with interesting tidbits and knowledge. Learn a little bit more about sailing every day. Hey, Irvine. You've just been to the restaurant for your lunch and it was very nice. I'm glad to hear that. What did you have? I'm going to take a wild guess and say you had a jacket potato with something nice on and a bit of salad on the side. But what did you actually have? I had a banana and a very crumbly muffin. Oh, look at this. We were doing a nice 5.5 knots there a minute ago. Look away for 2 seconds and it all drips off. Down to 4.9 knots. That makes a huge difference over a period of an hour. It was a buffet. Pasta with meatballs, salad, chips, and for your pudding you had a cream cake. Delicious. Lucky you. That does sound rather nice. All you need now, Irvine, is a little boat to take you out and get some fishing on the go. Perfect way to spend a holiday, I think. I'd say that. I'm a bit squeamish about taking the hook out of fish's mouths. I mean, it's a lot easier these days when they're not barbed. Still. A pike or something. I don't want to stick my hand in there at all. Horrible fish. Oh, we had a bit of heelage there. I felt it. I saw it. That's an increase of speed when that happens. Doesn't seem like we maintained it though, sadly. Must have been a short gust. 5 knots. Plenty of boats going around, but the sea is quite choppy. Your mum gets really bad seasickness, so we don't want to risk going out on a boat. Yeah, that's true. If there's one way to ruin a holiday, it's seasickness. That's a fair point. Bless her. I am concerned about seasickness myself when I go sailing. I mean, that would be the worst thing in the world, wouldn't it? If you buy yourself a sailboat, and you get all geared up, you buy all the stuff, you do all the training, you're ready to go, and you discover that you can't sail more than about 10 minutes before you feel sick. That would be bloody soul destroying. 5.3 knots. We're getting some speed there finally. For example, if I went from Scotland to Belfast, will it take 2 hours like it does in real life in the game? Yep, that's how long it would take. Although, Irvine, as I have alluded to a couple of times today, the tidal simulation doesn't appear to be working in this game. So at the moment we're in the Bristol Channel, and basically the sea comes in, which means you've got a current heading inland of about 1 to 2 knots, and then whenever the sea goes back out again, then you have a tidal range going back the opposite way, taking you back out to sea, the direction we're going in this morning. And that should again be 1 to 2, maybe as much as 3 knots. But and that should add. I mean, if you're going in that direction, the current should make you travel 1.2 knots, even if you haven't got any sails up. But that isn't simulated, sadly. In Sailaway 3, maybe it will be. But we're definitely losing some speed because of that. We should have been travelling 1.2 to 1.5 knots faster. So we should be probably I'd say, yeah, probably about halfway across by now, if this was more realistic. But yes, fundamentally, if it takes 2 hours to sail there, it'll take you 2 hours to sail there. Excuse me, but you have to factor in the fact that the tidal simulation is not working. I believe it's not working. It always says 0, so I'm assuming it's not working, and we're not going very fast. 11.2 knots with nearly a broad reach. We should be going a lot faster than 5 knots, I think. I don't know. Like I say, I want to get out onto the... I want to get out on a boat, on my own boat, and do, you know, practice this stuff for real and see what really happens. That's my end goal. But yeah, fundamentally, as long as it takes to sail, is as long as it should take you to sail, if not a bit longer, IRL. 1-to-1 scale, they call that, and it should be that all the way through. Put the rudder down a minute. Let's have a look at this charts book. Irvin, yeah, you absolutely get storms in the game. You don't get seasons, but you get storms. So what it does is it accurately depicts the wind all over the world. And I think as well the sea temperature, which is irrelevant to you because you're not falling into the water ever. But it changes the colour of the water effectively. Warm water is that lovely blue that you see. But yeah, if you're sailing about and there's a hurricane, like there was Hurricane Beryl the other day, I went and sailed into Hurricane Beryl. It's not a great video, to be fair, because it was very, very dark on the recording. It wasn't that dark on my screen, but on the recording you could barely see anything. But yeah, it's real world weather. And the waves get pretty huge as well, pretty enormous. So reads. A small craft almanac. Practical boat owner. Nice. Ah, okay. Somebody said this is not a replacement for the full reeds. Ah. I may have to do something about that. I think like maybe I need this one. Very difficult to know. Oh, I see. It's not a book, it's a binder. Okay. More research required on that one. It's confusing me at best. How are we doing here? 5 knots. We could do better than that. Come on, boat. We've been at 5.5 today. Let's get back to it. Starting to rain as well. Damn. The waves were quite choppy today in Fuerteventura. You don't know if that has got anything to do with storm in the Caribbean. I imagine it has got something to do with that. If nothing else, you know, it's that sort of knock-on effect, I suppose. If it's windy in one area, it tends to pull wind in from other areas and so on. What are we just coming up to now? We're not even quite at Linton, are we? No progress today. .3. Come on, boat. 5.4. Get a squeeze a 5.6 out of this. Come on. .3. Nothing else I could do with the top of the sail. Got no adjustment. Yeah, I think I'm going to adjust that jib. Traveller, or whatever it's called. Lead car. Bit better. Slow grind today, slow grind. Very different sailing conditions than the other day. Still not perfect sailing conditions for us. We're working on it. Hey, Irvine. Oh, let me trim my boat there. I was just reading about, well, watching this video. Some guys were sailing their boat and they had a whale come up literally 3 feet from them. Less than that, possibly. Incredible to see. Totally distracted me. How many people from the Discord server play multiplayer with each other? Well, the number of people in my Discord, or the SimShack Discord, who play this game is just me that I know of. But online, in the Sailaway community, there's a good 50, 60 people, possibly more. I think if I look over here, I might be able to show you a bit more realistically. Not that one. Here we go. Here's how many people are sailing at the moment. There's a chap there at Porto Venere. Very near where you are, in fact, right now. I think everybody who has a name and not a location is not currently actively sailing anywhere. But everybody else is sailing. There's a chap at Blackpool, Guadalupe, Lisa's in France, Mitra is in Italy, Monkey's in Halifax, Ockweller's in England. Or maybe this is where they're from and not where their boat is, I don't know. I could be wrong. But anyway, these are all the people. There's me. Hey! United Kingdom. So actually that's where they're from. That's how many people there are. How active they are is normally they all meet up for races. And that's about it. It's not the most active thing in the world. You're not guaranteed to find someone sailing where you're sailing. But, you know, if you have a small community, then you can arrange stuff together, you know. Do a little bit of a race from, I don't know, from Portsmouth to the Isle of Wight or something like that. These kind of things can be set up quite easily. And then... you know, you kind of create your own community almost, so to speak. 5.2 knots. I'm going to take my cap off. Excuse me a second. Oh. It was so windy in London over the weekend. I had to tighten my cap so that my cap didn't blow off. And it's so tight, it's actually making my head ache. I would say to you, Irvin, if you were thinking of getting the game, then be prepared to do a lot of solo sailing. And if you were going to get it, I would recommend you get the Pro version, because if you get Sailaway 2 Pro, then you are supposed to get free access to Sailaway 3, which comes out in August. But I haven't seen Sailaway 3, so I don't know how much it improves upon what is already there. Well, once again, I've taught myself an important lesson. There's me thinking, as long as I stay in visual sight of the coast, then I can swim to it. But as I have just proven, that really isn't the case, is it? I don't know how many miles offshore I am, but there's no way I could swim that. That is a lot further away than it looks. In fact, it's so far away, I think you'd be hard pressed to be able to see that our yacht from the coastline. Oh, look at that. There's a tiny little speck. Tiny little speck. So I can get that idea out of my head straight away. I think having a little emergency dinghy is a good idea. We're just coming up to Linton? I think it's Linton. Very slowly though. With a little more pace, boat. A little bit more pace. Not much I can do really to push the boat any faster. Oh, I forgot to phone David. Right, let me go do this. Important phone call about the boat I'm going to go see on Friday. Be right back. Hello, 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 hello. The temperature is 24 degrees Celsius and the hottest it's going to get while we're here is 28. Ooh, mate. Make sure you put that sun protection on. Another thing I'm going to have to think about when I'm out on the ocean. There's absolutely nothing stopping the sun from burning you to death. Sunburn could be a horrific experience. So, yeah. Back to 30 is the ideal number, apparently, according to those that tell me what I should be looking at. So, yes, good news. We're going to go check out the boat on Friday. I'll maybe take a camera down with me and record it. Don't know. I think I probably should. Hello, Mick86. Yes, this is real-time weather like Flight Sim. The weather in this game, I think, comes directly from... if you look at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you can see the Windy app. If I switch to the Windy app... It's lacking too many things to be a sim. Yes, it's real-time weather. 100% real-time weather. What sort of boat? Yes, a sailing boat, DZ. Yeah, it's a sailing boat. It's a 24-foot elan. It's a very unique boat. It has a huge history behind it, which, if I'm being honest, is the key thing that has piqued my interest, is the history of the boat. There are certain things about the boat that I don't particularly like. I'm not sure if it's going to be big enough. Until I go see it, I won't know for sure. It's only 24 foot. Whereas the boats I've been looking at are 27 foot. You might think, that's not a huge difference, but it can make a huge difference on a boat, because space on a boat is premium. You might have a look at getting this Mick86. If you get the Sailaway 2 Pro version, it's a little bit more money, but if you get that, then in August, you should, according to some information I read, get access to Sailaway 3. That's the newest and most up-to-date version, hopefully with some significant improvements to physics and tidal information and such. So yeah, have a look around, Mick. Do some reading. Read up on Sailaway 3. The developer's got a YouTube channel. He's uploaded a few bits and bobs about Sailaway 3. Have a look at that and see what you think. It's the only real option if you want to sail around the world, and you can sail around the world in this. It just lacks realism, really. It lacks some of those sim elements. But yeah, DZ, it's a sailboat, 4-berth, 24 foot, 26 foot. I forget now. It's past my mind, but it has history. It's also a lifting keel, and I don't know if I like the idea of a lifting keel. I know what the benefits are. I just feel like something. I don't know. But it seems like a nice chap, the owner. He's in his 80s. He's had some health conditions, so he's not sailing anymore. And he's got to get rid of the boat. He's never sailed it, which is a bit of a concern. But he's also an ex-commodore of like a local sailing club. So I think he knows his onions. And he says he really loves this boat. He says he really likes it. So, you know, you take people on their word. So far, I'd say 99% of the people I've spoken to in the sailing world are decent, honest, kind, God-fearing people. So I think I could trust him. I feel like I can trust him. And I do trust him. So it'll be nice to go and have a look at the boat, get hands on with it and have a look and see how I feel. I mean, I'm not the smallest chap in the world. Obviously, I'm a little bit overweight. Well, I'm very overweight. That's something I need to deal with. I'm also 6 foot tall, and I have a very wide shoulder width. So, I mean, these are all significant factors. You know, if I'm going to be at sea for 3 months, I need to be comfortable. If I want to sail around the UK, which is what I want to do, I mean, there are other things I want to do as well, but that's one of them. I need to be comfortable on the boat. And if I'm not, then, you know, bit of a problem. Elan, very, very, very well-known boat builders. They specialize in bigger boats. They don't really build anything less than 32, 35 foot. But this is a one-off. This is why it's so intriguing. It's a one-off, special built boat for this guy. And yeah, I mean, there are pros and cons to that. It means there's not another one in the world, which kind of makes it unique, which kind of makes it cool. But equally, there's it's going to make it difficult finding parts and replacement bits and bobs, I guess. I don't know. I'm learning every day I wake up and I look at boats and I speak to people and I read stuff. I learn new things every single day. Never ending. Every day's a school day when it comes to sailing for me. You and your dad are looking for a 32 foot in Brazil. We previously had a 36, but you had to sell it. Oh, wow. So that's an interesting point, DZ. Don't trust anyone, says Mick. Get a survey of the hull and keel. Yes. That obviously is a bit of a concern. That will be reflected in the price, of course. At the moment, it's in the water. It's been in the water for 2 years, so it's going to need a bloody good clean. So I don't know. I mean, I'm going there with an open mind, but not expecting to buy. That makes sense. But they do say you don't pick the boat picks you. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I need to go and start looking at some boats. I need to get on board, start feeling them, you know, getting used to the size, the shape, the weight, and everything like that. Yeah. So watch this space is all I can say. An interesting question though, DZ. Why have you downscaled from a 36 to a 32? And do you think that's going to affect you? The previous boat I looked at was a 27, and I've also looked at a 31 footer. But obviously, the bigger the boat gets, the more expensive it gets. So I'm trying to be practical on all fronts. I'm not a rich bitch buying a boat. Cost be damned. Every penny has to be accounted for, and I have to be really careful about what I do. It's absolutely going to be sailing on a budget. So you know, things like getting a survey of the hull and the keel, I probably won't be able to afford to do that. But it's, you know, I'm investing money in a boat that I can theoretically afford to lose should the worst happen. But, you know, I just have to hope and pray that doesn't happen, and try and pick a good boat that's not going to sink in the next 2 years. But we'll see. It'll be interesting anyway. I'll take a video camera down with me, on my mobile phone or something. Get some videos of the boats and see how it feels. See how I feel. It made me laugh because this guy's like in his 80s and I'm in my 40s, and I think he thinks I'm going to be all sprightly and stuff, which I should be. But because of my health conditions, he's probably going to end up being stronger than me, which is going to be a bit embarrassing. But I'll just try and grin and bear it and pretend that it doesn't hurt every time I do something. Try and keep the grunts and the owls to an absolute minimum. You got the same thinking about size and costs. You're doing coastal sailing. 32 should work for you. I've read, you know, I've done a lot of reading, and you know, 30-ish or thereabouts seems to be, you know, perfectly adequate for a family, is what I've read, not what I've experienced, because I have no experience. But we get a bit of a sea swell coming up here, only a small bit. Still chugging away very slowly at 5 knots. I'm looking forward to... Actually, I wonder if I can change our angle just a little bit. See if we can squeeze a bit more speed out of her. Not very much I could do with these sails. We're limited in terms of sheets. Going a little bit faster, 5.2. I can't stay on that tack though. That's going to bring us too close to the shore. We're going to start hitting the shallows. Maybe something like that I can get away with. .5 I'll be happy with. But yeah, 32 foot. I wouldn't mind a 32 footer, to be fair. In an ideal world, all things going well, which they very rarely do. One thing I like about this boat I'm going to go see on Friday as well is it's configured for solo sailing. So all the sheets run back to the cockpit. You don't have to be climbing over anything to get to anything. So there are benefits to that. But he didn't mention in the advert that it hasn't been sailed for 2 years. So there are a few alarm bells going off, to say the very least. You wanted to live on a wide beam, but the wife got her way and you have a house instead. Yeah. Well, I'm in the position where I've been looking at, talking about and thinking about and dreaming about sailing for years now. Absolutely years. Since I was 15, really. On and off. Some years it's all I can think about. Some years I hardly think about it at all, but I always come back to it. Yeah, I've had some pretty crappy health conditions over the last 3 years, and it's made me realise that, you know, if I don't do it now, I might never get to do it at all. Which is a bit of a sobering, crappy situation to be in. But yeah, I mean, I may only get 1 or 2 years worth of sailing before my health deteriorates and I can't do anything at all. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm hoping 5-10 years worth of sailing. I mean, that for me would be glorious. Something to look back on and be really happy about. If you have the chance, take it. Exactly. That's kind of how I feel. Yeah. And I'm not delusional. I'm not like, hell be damned, I'm going to do it. You know, if it doesn't feel right, if it doesn't smell right, if it doesn't look right, I'm not going to go for it. And I'm still unsure if I want, you know, a boat of that size. Because obviously the smaller it is, the cheaper it is, you know. So should I, you know, maybe just pick up a little 20-footer? Because, you know, I have to be honest. I've got these delusional ideas that the wife and the kids are going to get all excited about sailing with me, and they're going to come out and we're going to have some fantastic family holidays and stuff. The true reality is, if I'm sailing around Britain, it's probably going to be wet, it's probably going to be cold. They're probably not going to want to come. It's going to end up just being me anyway. So, I mean, if I can find a smaller boat for less money in a better condition, maybe that's the way to go. I don't have enough experience to be 100% sure. I'm on the journey, so to speak. I have to say, I've learnt so much in the last 2 years about real world sailing than I've ever learnt. You know, the actual pros and cons of certain things, and different keel configurations, different rig configurations, stuff that just never really entered my head before now feels really prominent and really important. Oh, I've got a bit of a heel going on here. What are we doing? A nearly 25-degree heel? Oh, nice. Actually getting some... Yeah, we're doing about 5.3, 5.4 knots. Pretty much the fastest we've been all day. But yeah, anyway, I mean, it's a learning experience. Everything I do, everything I see, everything I hear tests what I know, and quite often changes my opinion on things I thought I knew that I hadn't really thought about enough, and so on and so forth. Kind of need to take a week out and arrange to go and see some boats, get some hands-on experience, bit of a taster. I've got some friends as well, about the same age as me. They keep hinting very nonchalantly at the idea of wanting a boat themselves. And I just wonder, you know, I've never really considered doing it, but splitting the cost of a boat between 3 people is obviously going to make things a lot cheaper. Potentially open up what we can afford. I'm sure it has lots of negatives and downsides as well. So it's a tricky one, isn't it? Nothing's easy in the world of sailing, I've discovered. I think that's the first thing to be aware of. First thing to accept. Right, blah 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 blah. Don't forget to sail the boat, Mr. Sim. Otherwise we'll be chugging along. We were doing 5.4 knots there for a second. We'll be chugging along really slowly and going nowhere. Can you rent a sailboat for a holiday just to see if the family like it? You know, you can rent riverboats, but not sure about sailboats. I think you can. I'm sure I've seen it. But the cost of renting a sailboat for a week is going to be about the same price as buying and owning your own boat. which is just crazy, right? I mean, it's phenomenal. Sailboats are an interesting thing. I was watching this couple from the Midlands somewhere, and they were looking for a boat for years, and then COVID hit. Now, personally, I'd have thought that's the perfect time to have a boat, right? In the middle of COVID, because you're on furlough, so you're still getting paid from your job. And you go sailing for 3 months. Paid. Full pay. Whilst you're sailing. I mean, I can't think of a better time to ever have gone sailing, really. Anyway, they didn't. What they did was they buckled down and they saved hard. And they had an opportunity to buy a boat for, I think, 9, 10 or 11, 12,000, something ridiculous like that. Say 12 grand. £12,000 they wanted for this boat, and they offered them 4. And they accepted the offer. Now, rightly or wrongly, they didn't take that boat. They didn't actually want it. They offered 4 just to see what would happen as an experiment. And they never expected for the offer to be accepted. So, I mean, very, very expensive sailboats can go for very, very little indeed. If you're in the right place at the right time and make the right offer in the right way. You never know what you can pick up. I mean, I could get an absolute bargain, or I can get absolutely fleeced. It's almost cutthroat. It's weird. It's very strange. You got to remember, it's expensive to keep a sailboat. In Britain, at least, after October, people tend not to go out on their boats at all. They tend to just put them in a marina somewhere and pay, lots of money just to leave it sitting there doing absolutely nothing. So people are kind of, pardon me, against that. And here I am at the beginning of the season trying to buy a boat, and if nothing else, that puts the price up. So all the research I've done and all the recommendations and advice that I've read from people suggests that the best time to buy a boat is in October, in Britain at least. That's kind of the end of the sailing season. And, people aren't very keen on keeping their boat for another year. They're more willing to get rid of it. So, I mean, there's always an option, I suppose, just to get a little... I mean, initially I started off, I wanted to get a dinghy that I could keep in the garden. So no mooring costs whatsoever. And just run it around on a trailer on the back of the car. Well, I got a trailer hook put on the back of the car a couple of weeks back. Specifically for that reason. But then, when I started talking to the wife, saying, oh, we could go here, we could sail there, and, spend the week on the boats, exploring different areas of wherever it is that we'd gone to. And the whole thing would be like a big adventure. And she was like, yeah, great, except, we needed to have a proper toilet. It's like, well, okay, yeah, fair enough. If you're going to have multiple people on the boat, that is quite an essential thing if you're doing overnight sailing and stuff. So that immediately grows the boat from a dinghy to at least a 17-footer, at least 18, 20 foot. And then you start thinking about comfort, how practical is it to be in such a small space for a long period of time? It just never ends. You're going to end up with a 50-foot sailboat. A 50-foot sailboat with a 6-berth, a shower, jacuzzi, helicopter landing pad on the back, obviously, just in case. It just gets out of control so fast. So anyway, rather than babbling on too much, I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying to keep my feet on the ground. I'm trying to be practical. But I need to go look at some of these boats. There's a couple I'm really interested in. Tonight, I'm going to formulate a little Excel spreadsheet. Write down all of the boats that are available, the prices, the stability quota, the comfort rating, all that sort of stuff, and just carry on. Hey Kev, where am I now, mate? I've just passed the Foreland. So we're about halfway to Ilfracombe. Still struggling at 5.3 knots. We're not quite into the good wind yet. We are going a little bit faster and a little bit more direct. So Ilfracombe is there-ish. And we started there. So we're halfway to our destination. We're supposed to take 3 hours, according to Savvy Navi. But we've already done 4 hours. And we're only halfway. So this boat is not a good boat for sailing. It's slow. And there's not much adjustment I could do on the sails. And I don't have any bigger sails either. I don't have a different sail configuration that can help me go faster. I just have a jib. I don't have a storm jib, so I can't have it up in the stormy weather like last week. And I don't have a bigger sail that can help me go faster either. So very slow progress, but progress. I'm going to have to really pick my weather window well. Must be a lot of barnacles on this boat, that's all I can say. He sails like a brick. What? Oh my god, censorship coming in from Amazon now. They just sent me an email saying one or more of your posts were found to be outside of our guidelines. In order to help customers make informed choices, we encourage them to review the product and information related to it. However, posts which violate our guidelines or conditions of use will be removed. If this continues, we'll remove your community privileges from your account in accordance with our conditions of use. Good Lord, what did I write? What did I write? I must have written something awful, mustn't I? See if I can find what I wrote. Good Lord, that's a very serious email. No link to the offending thing, though. Who is this from? It says it's verified by Yahoo. I don't trust Yahoo as far as I can throw them. I want to see the sender's information. Why won't you show it to me? This is Amazon.co. Can't click on it. I have no idea what I said. I don't even know what product it's for. All of my products reviews are honest though. Look. Have a chat with them, see what they're saying. How are we getting on? 4.9 knots. That's not really fast enough, is it? Trim this boat out a tad more. 4.8 knots. The wind has dropped a bit. I'm wondering if we're getting too close to the shore. That might actually be sort of counterproductive. Let's head out to our original marker and see what we could do. Okay, that's not too bad. We're maintaining some speed. We'll sail on and see how that goes. Wow, this is crap. Right, we'll see how we do here. We should, once we get to our next marker point, we should be able to turn on a beam reach. And hopefully that'll get us up 6 knots, maybe 6.5, 7 knots. Hopefully. Up to 4.6, bit of trim required. The wind has actually picked up a bit as well. I have to suffer this slowness for a little while longer. Because if I drop the backstay, doesn't really do anything to the shape of the sail. Can't get much else on it. You had a look in the community Discord server and you couldn't find a channel for this game. Is there a channel for it in Discord? There is a Discord channel. Which one are you talking about, Irvine? Are you talking about the Sim Shack, or are you talking about Sailaway itself? Sailaway has its own Discord server. Oh, okay. I just contacted Amazon support to see what review they hated so much. It was so bad they had to take it down. Protect you people out there from me. The Sim Shack. Oh no, there's not one in Sim Shack for this. Prior to last week, I didn't know anybody had this game other than me. But we could probably create one. And jump in it. A bit of a sailing channel, something like that. It'd be nice to have a few more sailors in the Sim Shack. I do like my sailing. I do miss it. And if Spike is still in chat, he'll be steering us all towards oh god, I've forgotten the name of it now. '18th century ship of the line game. The hell is that called? I always know the name of that game until I bloody need it, and then I can't remember it. And a bit warm in here. The old extractor fan on the go. Come on, speed. 4.9 knots is rubbish. That backstay where it was. Really making no difference whatsoever. .7 6 terrible speeds. Get into it a little bit. Let's go back to 135 degree. No, I can't. See, that's too shallow. It has to be that. Right, so we're getting a bit of heel there. That means we're getting a bit of speed. Back up to 5 knots. I think that's an improvement. That'll get us chugging along quite nicely. When we get there, it's a hell of a long way down. It's a hell of a long way down. Do you know what I think I did? When I looked at this and I was working out how long it would take to sail, and it said 3 days. Well, I calculated 3 days. This is before I had Savvy Navy. But I think it means sailing through the night, doesn't it? It means sailing 24 hours a day. Whereas in my head I was like, yeah, sail for 8 hours, rest for 12 hours, go again the next day. 12 hours? That's not right. 16 hours. Yeah. Sail for 8 hours, rest for 16 hours. That's lovely sailing, but no. I think what it meant was 3 days unrelenting sailing, which is a hell of a lot. It's a good job I didn't buy that boat, I tell you what. I'll be in Cardiff now, expecting to be home by Friday. And by Friday, after an extremely hard slog of sailing, I'd probably still not even have reached St Ives. Pretty intense, isn't it? So I need to factor in a fast boat as well. Boat trailers, guys. Let me tell you about boat trailers. As far as I can understand it, there are two types. There are rollers and there are ones that don't have rollers on. I can't remember what they're called. And each one is designed for different boat types. So if you just have a single keel, then you need one type, and if you have one of those split keels, I think they're more like sporty boats, then you need a different type, because you've got to rest the boat on the keel basically. So there's that. And obviously a trailer is only designed to take a boat up to X amount of feet. So if you're looking at little dinghies, you can pick up a dinghy trailer for about, brand new, for about £1,000. Second hand, there are people out there trying to sell them for 1,200. Second hand, is it? More than a new one. There's also people out there selling good ones for about 500 quid. And there's a couple of people out there who have got an old rusty bucket. They're trying to get rid of it for 200 quid. So whilst I was looking at dinghies and having a trailer and stuff, these were the sort of prices I was working with. As soon as you start heading towards 20 plus, the prices just go crazy out of control. So for I think for a 23 foot, is it 23 foot? Let me just check this. I want to be accurate. It's called an extreme boat trailer. I think possibly this is one of those rare trailers that can take either type of boat, and it has rollers on it. So, oh, it is brand new. I take it back. I thought it was second hand actually. Okay. So it's brand new. It's got brakes on it. And it could take a 6 to 7 meter boat, which is about 24 foot. So that's naughty. They've called it new. Oh, that's cheeky as hell. So they bought the trailer to transport a boat, and now they're trying to sell it for $5,000. But they've got it written down as new, when it clearly isn't new, because they they say themselves they bought it to move a boat. So it's not new, and they're really, really, really a bit cheeky there. But I don't know how much they are new. Anyway, for very, very nearly new, and it does look very nearly new, for a 26-foot boat, I think is the maximum you could put on it. 7 meters. Look. $22. Oh, not even as big as I thought. Okay. So a 22-foot boat. $5,000 just for the trailer. Woo. Mamma mia. Crazy prices. Just for the trailer, that is. $5,000. Wowzer. That really is the problem with going for bigger boats. The bigger the boat, the more expensive everything is. And being in the south, you can double that or triple it as well. Irvin, nope, there's no career mode in this game. All there is challenges and like online rankings, I suppose you could say. Look at that sail, it's clipping through my mast. I'm not sure what you call this, but the backstay of the side. That. It's clipping right through there. That shouldn't be happening. That's pretty pointing. Five knots. Come on, baby. So yeah, there's online ranking, and there are the challenges, which are solo. challenges, and each time you complete a challenge, you get one of these badges. You don't have to put them on your boat, but I do. And that's it, really. The biggest thing about this game is the regattas and online races and stuff. There used to be quite a lot more, now there's only a handful. But I think what you'll find is, because we're at the beginning of the sailing season, most people are out actually sailing their boats. So that's probably why there's a few less people than usual. In the winter, I think it'll pick up, because obviously, unless you're in a nice hot country where sailing weather is all year round, then chances are you're not going to be sailing. If you're in Britain, for example, you're going to put your boat away for the winter and that's it. You're not going to be sailing much. At which point, you probably jump on here for a bit of fellow sailor interaction, if nothing else. And also, you know, in August, Sailaway 3 will launch. That should probably bring in a few more people, although I don't know how well advertised it's going to be. Tempted to turn in a bit, try and get some of that extra pace. Ay, 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 this is a slow boat. Trim it up, baby. 5.5 knots, and that was 5.7. Ooh, look at us. We're actually moving. This is the fastest we've been all day. 5.7 knots, like light speed. Oh, excuse me. Oh gosh. I'm looking at windy.com, and it seems like the good wind has moved further out into the Bristol Channel. So whereas it's 12 knots at the moment, having said that, the maximum sort of wind is about 12 knots in this area. Yeah. I think we're doing as good as we can do in this particular boat. I do feel like we should be going faster. It feels weird that we're only getting 5.4 knots off of a 13 knot wind nearly at beam reach, but you know, whatever. It's what it is. Keep chugging away. We'll get there eventually. How are we getting on? How are we getting on? We're still travelling 5.3. Is the best we can expect, I think, today in these conditions. Not really travelling all that fast. I was just watching a video there of a rookie bunch of sailors that went out, excuse me, perfectly reasonable, normal weather conditions. But beautiful, actually. Perfect sailing conditions. If anything, a little bit lacking on the wind front. Next thing they know, storm rolls in. And they were... all sails were down. And they were trying to get back into land. I think. Trying to get back to the marina. And with the engine and idle, they were travelling 5 knots. That's just the current and the wind pushing them at 5 knots towards the shore. And they had a keel depth of 3.5 feet, I think, or meters, 3.5 feet, like that, whatever it was. And the depth below keel got down to like just a couple of inches. And if they'd ran aground at that speed, the whole boat would have gone over, I think. They'd have been in serious, serious trouble. And these are the things that, you know, you don't think about unless you've been there and done it. You're sailing along the coast quite nicely. All of a sudden the wind changes and you're being pushed into shore at 5 knots. You know, what are you going to do? How do you get out of that situation? I mean, obviously there are things you can do. Whether or not I know what they are, it's totally different. Get the fish. Kind of scary. It's very scary. The sea is scary. An angry sea scares me very much. I think it's healthy to have a fear of the ocean. Keeps you alert. But hopefully keeps you safe. Yes, 11.6 knots of wind is not producing anywhere near the sort of speed I was expecting today. I thought we'd be going twice this speed. We'd already be at Ilfracombe now, in my head. Based on my calculations from the wind speeds this morning when I looked. Once again, proven wrong. Another learning curve. You're only going to get the speed out of the boat that the boat is capable of. And there's not really much I could do with the sails to sort of adjust them to be more, you know, shape them better so that we get a faster rip speed through there, but such is life. All I can hope is that when we get to Ilfracombe and we get a broad reach, we can really let loose, really get some speed up. I did. What? Wow. Yes, James, I think I know exactly who you're talking about. 14 years old. I think she was Australian. An experienced sailor, no doubt about that. She definitely knew her onions. And I forget what size boat she took. It wasn't exactly a massive boat. And the thing that struck me most about that documentary, I didn't know that about Guinness refusing to recognise her achievement because they didn't want to encourage others. I mean, you look at the parents... And, I mean, if you're a parent yourself, your immediate response is, I've got to protect the child. But let's not forget that she did do it. So she must be an accomplished sailor. I mean, a very skilled, brave and accomplished sailor. So perhaps they knew that But still, at 14, I mean, there's an argument there that will never, ever, ever end, I suppose. But, yeah, the thing that got me about that documentary is when she said the boat that she was sailing rolled over 360 degrees, and that happened 3 times. And she said that the last time it happened, the boat went so deep underwater, she didn't think it was ever going to come back up again. And I refer back to my comments that I've made numerous times now about how sailors of all ages, size, experience, braveness, I don't know, all the factors that you can put together for an individual, they have all at some point been broken, and they're down in the hold drinking a cup of tea, crying because of the life-death experience they've just had. And that poor 14-year-old girl in that moment, God almighty. Just, I don't even know where to begin with that. How would I even process that as an individual? Put it this way, I mean, if I went sailing and I had my family with me, my daughter and my wife with me, or even just friends, you know, even just friends, and we got into a situation where it was so dangerous, it was so bad, we locked ourselves into the galley or wherever, and the whole boat rolled over and submerged, and it got so deep, and you're looking at this out the windows, right? It submerged so deep that it just goes completely black, and you never think you're going to come up again. But you're all still alive. You're all still talking. I mean, how do you feel in that moment as the captain, as the person in charge for keeping everyone alive? What do you say to them at that moment when you think that's it and the boat is sunk and you're never coming up again? What do you say? What do you do in that instance? I just can't even fathom it. Just shocking. Absolutely shocking. She had no support boat. Nothing. Her on her own. The VHF radio. Crazy. Crazy. But I mean, so much respect for her. What an amazing sailor she must be. And so brave. I guess the telling thing would be, if you asked her, would she ever do it again? That would be the thing. Would she do it again? Could she do it again? Scary. I'm going to Google that. I'm going to see what size boat she was in. All the way around the world. I think it was like 21 foot, 22 foot, something like that. Laura Decker. That's her name. Incredible. How old is she now? Oh, I was totally wrong. Bloody hell. She was sailing a 40-foot two-masted ketch named Guppy. 40 foot. Okay, so a big-ass boat. Wow. Oh, and she's not Australian. She's from Whangarei in New Zealand. I was totally wrong. This is actually Dutch, German, and New Zealand. Interesting. Wow. She's got a hell of a life. So my question was, would she do it again? She's now 28 years old. And she has a website where basically you can pay to join her on a boat. And she'll sail you. She will sail you around the world. But like, you know, in shorter trips. So from I just read one. Scotland to Norway, I think, was one. Which is, you know, that's across the North Sea. You know, you'd have to trust her, but I tell you what, you get a bit of bad weather out there, you bloody know about it. Yeah, sorry, James. Yeah, I mean, that's the reality though, isn't it? You just damn scary. And she's in a relationship with a boat builder. Of course she is. Of course she is. What happened to Guppy the boat? Let's have a look. She donated her boat to LifeSail, an LA non-profit organisation that uses sailing as a vehicle to teach life lessons to children. Brilliant. That's brilliant. You know, there's a part of me, I'd really like to do something like that, like a charity-based sailing thing. Okay, Yachting Monthly are calling her Dutch. So she's not a Kiwi at all. She must live in New Zealand, but she's actually Dutch. Wow. Wow. I tell you what, James, ready yourself for this, mate. Not only did Guinness refuse to recognise her achievements, but she, I'll just read it out. She faced the scrutiny of a critical media, obviously, for sailing at such a young age. She had court battles with the Dutch state. She had to undergo psychological testing, and they confiscated her boat. And they even threatened her to be removed from her parents. Wow. Wow. She was born in New Zealand, but she's Dutch. Yeah, so I mean, they're a sailing family, right? She did her first long-distance solo trip at the age of 10. So for her, I mean, the crazy thing is, yeah, this is true, James. I tell you what, she's a very, very interesting young lady. Uh, In fact, they did confiscate one of her boats. Um, she's done an awful lot. She's a hell of a sailor. Good Lord. They obviously had a bit of money, though, this family, I tell you what, because it says here that she had her boat confiscated by the Dutch government. Basically, they put a warrant out for her arrest, arrested her and took her boat away. And then her dad found another boat in the paper and they just went and bought it. So, I mean, they're not short of cash, obviously. For them, buying a boat is just a, you know, let's go get it kind of thing. So, you know, fair play to them. I wish I had such a situation. But, yeah, she has done incredible things in her life. And still now doing incredible things around sailing. But she does say, you know, I'd like to read her book, actually. I might see if I can get hold of her book. But, listen to it on Audible, maybe. You know, her whole life is sailing. That's all she has ever done is sail, sail, sail. And she did her first long-distance sail at 10. But then you think back to, you know, England 150 years ago. On the Cutty Sark, I think the youngest sailor was 14. And that's from Australia to London. That's pretty much around the world. 14 years old, admittedly, not on his own. But back in the times where you didn't have radio, you didn't have GPS, you didn't have modern day boat structures, you know. It's a really tricky one, isn't it? I think the only thing you can really do is just say, wow. Fair play to her. I think Robin Knox was the first man to sail solo around the world. Or first person to sail solo around the world. And you've got to give him a lot of credit as well. Very brave individual. But again, you know, he's a sailing fanatic. All he knows is sailing. It doesn't seem that crazy to him. I would love to do a round the world sail, but no. There's no way. There's no way. Well, you see, this is the interesting thing about sailing, James. You don't need a license to sail a boat. You need a license to take other people on a boat. So you need to have a license and insurance in order to charter, you know, to take people from A to B. For that, you need a license. But to take yourself on a boat into the middle of the ocean, you don't need anything. I think it's fair to say it's one of the last free things you can do, because everything is controlled by the government now, isn't it? Absolutely everything. You can't put a flipping shed in your back garden without permission from somebody else. I mean, the world is a horrible place right now. There used to be a time where you used to just get on with your neighbours and, you know, work together, and you'd accept them for their positives and you'd put up with their negatives, you know. But these days, people are just so pompous and ignorant and arrogant that, you know, it's not like that anymore. They would much rather go to the council and say, I don't like what my neighbour's done, than knock on your door and say, can we have a chat about your shed or something like that? Do you know what I mean? Crazy world. Like I say, less than 100 years ago, or a little over 100 years ago, kids of 12, World War One. World War One. There were kids aged 12, 13 and 14 going to fight against the Germans in World War One. I mean, What? Do you know what I mean? That's just crazy. That's a little under 100 years ago. It's madness. My daughter is 12. There's no way on earth I'd let her go solo sailing or anything like that. Even if she was an experienced sailor, I just couldn't do it as a parent. Couldn't stand it. I'd be having a nervous breakdown every 10 minutes. I'd be useless. I'd be incapable of doing it. Yeah, I mean, wow. Mm-hmm. What an achievement. Even though they're a sailing family, it must be so conflicting for the parents. And how do you bring that up them? No. The boat doesn't even have to be seaworthy. I mean, if you want insurance on a boat, then yes, it needs to be seaworthy, and it needs to have a proper surveyor come and have a look at it. Probably issued by the insurance company, I would imagine. But I mean, no. I mean, you can literally buy the plans for a boat, build it in your garden, take it down to the beach and set sail. I mean, there is no law stopping you from doing that. It is one of the last free things to do. I mean, I say free things to do. They've made it so difficult to do anything like that, that to be able to do that, you would have to be in a very advantageous position to start with. But yeah, it's an interesting area. But yeah, I just read then that the parents, 5.5 knots, we're doing all right, we're doing okay. I just read then that both the parents and the young lady herself, Miss Decker, I've forgotten her first name already. Laura Decker. She, both her parents and her were absolutely shocked that the Dutch government were anti this thing going ahead. They couldn't believe that the Dutch government was stopping them from doing it. And, you know, there's a part of me, when I say that out loud, there is a part of me that thinks, what the hell has it got to do with the government? Why are they getting involved at all? I mean, by all means, they could step in and say, well, hang on a minute, we're a bit worried about this young lady's safety. And then she could then showcase her experience and say, I know how to do all this on a boat. I've already done this before. You know what I mean? She was a very accomplished sailor at 14. And I don't think, unless her parents are like, you know, mentally unstable. I mean, clearly mentally unstable, then, you know, maybe it's got nothing to do with the government. I don't know. It's a tricky one. Put it this way, if a 14-year-old said she wanted to do it and the parents said no, then I think that would be the end of it, and it should be fine. Tricky. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Why have we just dropped down to 4.8 knots? What the hell? All my telltales are looking fairly okay. True wind speeds dropped down, that's why. Dropped down to 10 knots. If I switch to Windy app... earlier. 13 here. So if we get past Heartland, we might find some more speed. Yeah. It's an interesting situation, that one. But she did it. She survived. I'm going to have a look now and see if her book's on Audible. It should be. It must be. Okay. Nope. Google it then. So her book is called One Girl, One Dream. Let's see if that's on. No. Not on Audible. Interesting. Irvine, I'm still sailing in the UK. Yes, I am. I'm on the Bristol Strait. We're just coming up to Ilfracombe. Very, very slowly. 5.2 knots. That's about what we're averaging today. Five knots. Been a nice sail. It has been an enjoyable sail, but not really made the progress I was looking for. 5.5 hours. Have I really been sailing for 5.5 hours today? Crikey Moses. It's supposed to take 3 hours, this route, to get from where I was down through to Ilfracombe. 3 hours that was meant to take. Doing half the speed I calculated I would be doing. Shocked and appalled. I'm going to turn my angle in a bit more. Running the risk of running aground. Exactly right, James. There is a big difference between competence and confidence. I think if she can demonstrate her competence, then the government should just keep their noses out. You know, if they're not bloody crazy, and she is a confident, competent sailor, and the boat is stable and, you know, in good working order, then it's not. I mean, it almost feels like you're sending her to her death, right? But there comes a point where the government can't decide everything. And like I say, you know, a little more than 100 years ago, kids of 12, 13 and 14 were sailing all over the world all the time. Admittedly, not solo, but I don't know, actually. I mean, some of them might have been solo. Take that back. Look at this, 5.4 knots. I thought it was going to keep going up. It stopped. It's pointing. For a second there, I thought I'd actually found a good trim for a bit of speed, but no, didn't happen. Evan, so when you get to your destination, does the game know where you left off? The game, yes. So the game tracks your boat constantly. Even if you're offline, it keeps sailing. And up in the top here, right, get it to show up. Up in the top here, you can click on this and you can tell the AI what to do when you're offline. So at the moment it's set to anchor because I wanted it to anchor, but you can just say sail the laid out track, and then when I'm offline the AI will try and get on this route and sail it regardless of what the wind does, but it won't adjust the sails and stuff. I don't know, maybe it does. You can set it to maintain your heading, maintain a wind angle, or just sail the route that you've picked. So yeah. But if you don't fast travel your boat to a new location, it will always be wherever you left it, and in whatever configuration you left it as well. If you ran aground, it would still be ran aground when it returned. Oh yeah, it's going to be dinner time soon, isn't it? What's going on here? Let me look. Yeah, it's 5:30. Oh my god, we're not even going to make it to Ilfracombe. Alright, well, change of plans. Now, I could get the AI to sail for me, but I feel like that's a bit cheeky. I'm going to head down here into the bay. We get a nice tight broad reach here, doing 5.6, 5.7. Would have been nice if we could have got this all day today, but we needed to get past Ilfracombe to really pick up the pace. Did you have to buy the boat in game, or was it already bought? I'll cut a long story short and say that it's in the game already. If you buy Sailaway 2 Pro, then you will get access to quite a few boats, actually. Probably about... I want to say 6, 8, something like that. So by buying Sailaway 2 Pro, you get all these boats available to you. Damn, this boat is slow. I thought she was going to be faster. Cool. We're getting some proper sailing. That's good. I've got like 20 minutes to get there. I don't think it's going to be enough time, but we'll get as close to the shore as we can. We'll anchor up. And we'll leave ourselves for another flight. James. Exactly. What a good point that is. How old was Lewis Hamilton when they first hit 150 miles an hour on a racetrack? Similar argument there too. And in fact, if anything, I'd say that that's vastly, well, I don't know. I was going to say vastly more dangerous. But maybe it's not. But yeah, I mean, excellent point. I mean, where do the government have a right to be involved, and where do they have to just step off and let the parent decide? I think ultimately, as long as the parent isn't like mentally unstable, then it should be a parent's choice. If they love their children and they want to protect their children and they believe that they're capable of sailing around the world, then that should be it, really. So what if everybody thinks it's a horrible idea? I mean, so what? She did it. That's the thing. She did do it. And there are some very grown-up 14-year-olds as well. Let's not forget that. There are some 14-year-olds that are more mature than adults. There are some 14-year-olds who still think they're 8 years old. I mean, there is no one-size-fits-all, which is why I think maybe the government were wrong. And to confiscate her boat? I mean, under what law? How did they come to the conclusion that they could just take away her property? I don't know. Mental. She seems like an incredible woman. We're sailing along quite nicely now. A bit of heel going on. Nearly at 30-degree heel, in fact. So I'm kind of thinking maybe this particular boat, perhaps it's not really capable of going any faster than sort of 5-6 knots. Maybe that is its maximum capacity. Bit of a pain in the arse if it's true. Even in perfect sailing conditions, she's not going to be all that capable. Maybe that's another factor I need to think about. How fast can a sailboat go? I mean, is there a limit? There must be some sort of calculation between length, beam and sail space. And must be some sort of calculation you can do to figure out how fast a boat can theoretically go. Because the wind just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing, it's just going to tip over. There's a certain point where she won't go any faster. A lot of that comes down to the keel, which is why I'm not a big fan of lifting keels. Yeah. No. So much to learn. Been some really, really beautiful boats as well. I'm gonna have to sit down with the laptop and collate all this information because I've got so many different boats and so many different names and so many different variations in my head. I'm losing track. They're all merging into one big blob of viable yet indistinguishable information. Well, we're having a decent blast at the end here. With some nice speed up. 23 meters depth at the moment. That's probably too deep to anchor. I've no idea how much anchor this boat would have. Or how much chain. And how much rope. You got to do, I think, I was taught 4 times the depth plus something. I forget what it is now. Been a while since I sailed. 4 times the depth plus 10 or something like that, or 50%. So, I mean, you'd be looking at 100 meters of chain there, 100 meters of anchor, which is, I think, too much. Too much for this little boat. I don't think the anchor would even reach the ocean floor at this depth. We've got to get closer into shore. I can see a section there that's 5 meters deep. I think that there would be perfect for us. It's 8 meters there, 6 meters there, so anywhere between this and this. And I think we'll be alright. I think that'll be suitable anchoring conditions. But yeah, a little bit disappointed with the wind. Needed something more. I needed more wind in this direction. Is basically what I'm looking for next, I suppose. So when that sailing day comes, I don't know. I don't have control over the weather. But yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't make more progress today. I really genuinely thought we were going to get past Ilfracombe and into some stronger wind, but hasn't really We struggled to maintain 5 knots today. Been a real uphill struggle. You got golf working and you just beat Ron by 1 shot. Congratulations, well done. Ash got plus 19. He was not caring about his practice round. Okay. Plus 19. That's not too bad for a first go for a rookie. Fair play. I'm going to have to set an alarm on my phone to draw my attention to the fact that I'm running out of time when I'm doing these sailing sessions. When I'm doing these sailing streams. I don't feel like I've been sailing for nearly 6 hours. It's madness. I can hardly believe it. I think 5.5 knots is the most we can drag out of this boat today in these conditions. See how deep it is here. 20 foot, 17 foot, say 10 foot. So there... meters, sorry. There is 10 meters. So, I still think that's too deep. It needs to be more like 5. We only have a little boat. We can't be holding that much chain. Of course, I'm trying to keep it as realistic as possible, so... I'm not just going to anchor up in the middle of the flipping Atlantic Ocean. It's not going to happen. Not that we've even reached the Atlantic Ocean. We're still in the Bristol Channel, I think, technically. Ooh. It's been a good sail. Good experience, again. Learning good lessons. It's all good practice for getting out there and doing the real thing, I think. I was trying to explain... I was trying to explain to the chap I'm going to go see on Friday. He asked me if I was a sailor. And I said... I told him the truth. But I tried to tell him the truth. I wasn't quite sure how well he would understand simulation sailing. But we'll speak to him more at the time. I'm a little bit nervous about looking at this boat now with the knowledge that it's been sat in the water for 2 years. I mean, it's going to have to be taken out and anti-fouled. I don't know how much that's going to cost me, but it's going to need to be done. It's going to need an overall clean jet wash. I imagine the pictures that he sent are quite old compared to what the boat looks like and operates like now. So, yeah, I mean, don't quite know what to expect on Friday. Could be an interesting experience. Say, I'll take my video camera on my phone or whatever. Try and get some footage. See what possible outcome is. Oh, we must have been a lot further away from shore than I realised. Perhaps I sailed out a little bit too far into the middle of the Bristol Channel. Perhaps I could have stayed a little closer to the coast. But on windy, still only 13 knots in the best conditions. Not going to help us too much, is it? Perhaps what we need is a 20 knot wind blowing in the direction that suits us. Oh, that's the other thing I saw on the Cutty Sark. I meant to say, I might upload that. Have a look. I had a sea shanty band there. They weren't the best in the world. Some of the songs they were better at than others. Let's say that. Some were brilliant. Some were okay. Some were a little bit off. I'm trying to be as polite, but at the same time as honest as possible. See if I can find these chaps. It must be there. There it is. Against the correct thing. Okay, that'll take a while to upload, but anyway, that'll be up on the channel later today. Right, we should be, I think, getting closer to an anchorable, depth. Right. So that now. 10 feet, 10 meters. Heading round for 9 meters. Check your Discord when you have 2 seconds. If you come to Hartlepool, you can come see a proper boat. I know which boat you're talking about as well. We've had this discussion before. And yes, that'd be nice. Right, so I'm going to pull in the jib. Prepare this boat to be anchored. Been a good sail. Thank you very much for joining me today. Been a long sail, I know that much. Dramatically cut our speed down, but that's okay. We're a little bit deeper than what I wanted to be, but I have run out of time. So let's turn her into the wind, put her in irons. Mind your head. That beam's going to swing round violently. There she is. Drop the main down. I'll lag her up. And we're going to have to hope and pray for some better weather. So yeah, an interesting day's sailing. Just a couple of seagulls around us now. You watch. Next time you come in, there'll be like 100 of them. Don't know what they're after. Must be my leftover chocolate muffin, I guess. That's all I can think. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I shall see you in the next one. Till then, take care. Goodbye for now.